Okay, so let's see if we are live. Let's confirm it and on the YouTube community. There you go. Okay, let's see. I think we are live, right? Yeah, we're live.
Yeah, we're live.
Hello, everyone. This is Danish from jobscashare.org, and with me is again your favorite VIP, which is Kev Tech. He's with us again. This is going to be a continuous session for. We did a part one for software deployment in a very basic way, and we touched on some of the areas that are extremely basic stuff. Like a person would just need to know what software deployment is, and we actually did show you a practical tool. And after that, what happened is that we had some really cool people like KevTech and Steven and other people with IT experience. They joined us and we did talk a lot about IT career. So these videos are gold for you if you're brand new, because you get to learn so much, not just technical stuff, but also some of the things that requires, some of the things that you're going to come across at your career. And it's going to really, really help you if you watch these videos. If you're really, really into IT, you don't want to miss these videos. I would say fully watch it. So if you're brand new and you want to join this session, or you already know, you can go to the community section right here. That one I'm showing, you can open this link right here, and you will see the Zoom link. If you are thinking, what video are you talking about? The first video is right here, which is this person right here, software installation and deployment part one. So today we're gonna switch our gears, and we're just gonna move in directly to some of the things that are more, advanced, and we can call it advanced, but I'm not gonna go still into something that's gonna throw you off. It's just gonna be still focusing on an entry level people, just to open up your mind to some new skills. So tomorrow, if you have to come across certain situations, projects, or stuff like that, then it's gonna really, really help you. So before I get started, Kev, do you have any stories for us, or some good stories? I think you were talking about some VPN stuff. I know you're eating right now. Do you want me to, wait on that?
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm eating some cereal over here. Sorry about that.
Hey, Jerry, welcome.
So,
Hey, how are you doing, Danish? How
so
you doing, Kev?
Jerry, what's
I,
up?
I just finished my cereal.
Yeah,
Everybody.
I eat cereal. So, yeah. So I had this weird issue. So
Uh-huh.
there's this add-in on Excel.
Mhm.
It's called Macabacus. I don't know if you ever heard of it. Macabacus.
Probably. I'm not too familiar with Excel that much. Yeah.
So
Mhm.
I had this issue where you install the add-in shows up, and then you have to activate it, right? You have to activate the license for it. So you have to put your email address to activate it.
Okay.
So the user will put his email address and he'll get access denied, and he'll get like 4013 error on
Okay.
unable to connect to the server. DNS firewall is being blocked.
I see.
So
While on VPN.
no. So
Okay.
we did VPN and it didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Then we took them off VPN and it wouldn't work.
Oh,
And then I did it on my computer and it would work on my computer.
it will work on your computer, but
Yeah.
it will not work on the user computer.
Yeah.
And they're in their home network, I believe, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you gotta remember, I'm working from home too.
Yeah, yeah. So you have a different
So
network. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So it should work, right? And you
yeah,
were,
should
and
work.
it worked for you when you were on VPN as well. It doesn't matter. Like it worked, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So it was a weird issue. So then I email a bunch of people. I email because I'm like, because we have all these securities and we have all this like antivirus software. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, maybe it's silence, because silence blocks certain things.
Uh-huh.
So I email cybersecurity to stop silence from working on his machine, like just temporarily stop it. And
Uh-huh.
and then we try to activate it again, and it wouldn't work.
Okay.
So I'm like, what is going on over here? And then I email the sysadmin team,
Uh-huh.
check, and to see if there's any group policy blocking it. Maybe his computer is in a different OU, maybe it's being blocked somehow from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And then he checked and he didn't see anything. It was really
Okay.
weird. So then we finally, and I was just like curious about it. So finally, I'm like, you know what? I just want to see if it's something to do with your account or profile. I want you to log into my computer as you and try to activate that program logged in as you on my computer. He
Mm.
did that and it worked. It worked.
Okay.
So like something going on with his laptop. So something going on with your computer.
Got it.
So I was scratching my head. I didn't know what's going on. I emailed the vendor, and they tell me that they tell me what version it is that he's using, and I'm like, he's using 9.3 whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, okay, so no, you have to give him the latest version. It's probably why you're having that issue. So
Okay.
then I downloaded the latest version, and he was still having that same issue.
Same thing. Okay.
And then after that, I'm like maybe it's my friend, one of my colleagues is like, maybe it's because you're a local admin, so you have admin rights to everything. Maybe it's because you're a local admin, he's not. So try making him a local admin on his computer. So I'm like, all right, I'll make him a local admin. Let's just see what happens. So I made him a local admin, and then that didn't do anything.
Okay.
Still having the 403 error. Then finally I contact the vendor, and the vendor told me that it could be that you have to change your proxy settings on your computer. So I went into the proxy settings. I basically allowed that plugin in proxy settings, and then I ran the activation again, and it failed. It wouldn't work. Then it says you have to enable certain ports and certain things on the internet options. I did that, and it wouldn't work. Okay. So then I'm like this doesn't make any sense why it doesn't work for him. So I'm like, maybe you should stop certain services on his computer to see if that might fix it. Like we have like services for firewall and stuff like that. So because it was a firewall issue, so it's probably because of the firewall. So I did that as well. I try allowing this thing to go in from firewall, and then that didn't work either.
Wow. Okay, you tried everything. What was the fix?
So then I'm trying to figure out what the fix, and it's like it's the dumbest fix you could possibly think of, or a fix that I wouldn't even thought of. So every time he connect to Cisco AnyConnect on the laptop, for some odd reason, only on his laptop it was doing this. And the thing is that he had an update. And that update messed it up. Update. So I didn't know about that update. I found out later on today about it. And they're like, there's some people that are having this issue, and we just found out today. There was a Windows update.
And Windows update. Okay, I thought maybe it was like any. Okay, got it.
Yeah, a Windows update that was conflicting with AnyConnect.
I see.
So, yeah, it was really weird. So what
fix was?
What it would do is, if you go to Control Panel, when you create the VPN adapter, the VPN adapter was assigning a static IP. To IPv4 on the VPN adapter for Cisco, and also assigning a static IP to IPv4 on the wireless network.
What?
So it wasn't. Yes. So then it was, I know. So then I changed that to obtain IP DHCP automatically on both, and then it worked after that.
Wow.
It was a weird issue. I've never seen that in my life before.
I was like, made it a static IP on its own. That's the first time I heard that.
Yeah, so the Windows update was conflicting with the NIC card, and it was actually making a static IP on the NIC card and on the Cisco adapter.
That is so crazy. I'll tell you what, another story about Cisco AnyConnect. So similar situation. So one of my machines that are actually working, I mean, this is me myself, like I'm having this issue. So one of my machine, that brand new machine, I installed Cisco AnyConnect on it, and for some odd reason, after 2 days, I started to have issues with. I actually installed this module on it because I was actually implementing for one of the clients, and they wanted that SBL, sign before log on module. So if you look at it, AnyConnect has the ability to let you log in before you get into the machine. It's pretty cool feature that resolve all these caching password issues, right? You put your VPN stuff, and then you log in with your username and password, and that cache things goes away. You get like a real password right there because the VPN is connected before you log in. So I implemented that. I put the profile on ASA, and I'm like, everything is cool. I'm happy. And now I'm testing on one machine. After 2 days, I'm using that machine, right? So what happened to that machine? I would go to the internet, and it will not work. I'll just go to the internet. It says a proxy is having an issue. Proxy 1, 2, blah, 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 blah. And then it will say that 0, 0, like, 80, 80, something like that. I'm like, did somebody hack my machine, or how the hell my proxy changed? So you know how you go to the IE and your Google or Windows 10, there's a proxy option. So I went in there. There's nothing in the proxy, right? Everything is good. I'm like, no. Why are you telling me there's a proxy issue? This is crazy, right? So, well, based on because I work a lot with host files and everything. So my second, of course, I was not trying every single thing, but my second guess was that there's something in the host file. So there you go. Went to the host file, and now there is this nice entry right there that says, that the VPN address that I was using, and with that there was an IP address of the VPN, and I'm like, where the hell did that came from? I did not even put that in there. I did not put that in there, and it was using that IP, and somehow it was screwing up with my whole internet. And of course, as soon as I removed that, it started to work. So I don't know any connectors having issues these days, man. They're like Zoom right now. You know how from 10 million people, 200 million people started using Zoom, and all of a sudden Zoom became the problem child for a lot of people, and they started making security upon security, another security, another security. So these kind of things.
So what happened was they hire a consultant. They hire a consultant to update Cisco AnyConnect and run a Windows update. I didn't know about it, so he did that a few days ago, and they got rid of him.
Oh, okay.
He broke it.
Damn.
Yeah, he broke it. So they got rid of him.
And if anyone is listening to us right now, that's how you lose your job.
So he broke Cisco AnyConnect, and he broke the Windows update on all the computers. We have over 1,000 computers. Wow. And people are trying to connect and nothing was working.
And look at it. What we are discussing today, and to be honest, me and Kev, we did not plan these sessions, by the way. These are live sessions. We go with it. If something is not working, we'll just cancel the whole session and like, hey, I see you guys tomorrow. So we're talking about updates right here. We're talking a lot about patching and everything, right, Kev? Mm-hmm. And today we're discussing what? Today we're discussing patch management systems. So patch management systems are, if you're brand new, these are some of the systems that we heavily rely on in our career. Like you've probably seen, Kev, so many times that if a company is very large, they don't like to do everything manual. Like who would have a time to go to 1,000 machines and update one by one desktops, right? That's just like crazy, right? To be honest, like in 2020, if somebody's doing that, I'd be like, man, these people are not doing something right, because somebody's not utilizing some of the systems that we have. And this is where the patch management systems comes in pretty heavy. So in this part 2, we are going to actually focus a lot on patch management system, because in part 1, we were specifically talking about a software doing deployments. It was still looking for applications and all that, but it was not like a system where it patches your system with schedules or things like that, or scan things or vulnerability fixes and stuff like that. It's still, PDQ is probably not there yet for that kind of stuff. Now, again, before I start on these products, these are not paid by these different type of tools or companies that I'm adding right here. I do not even promote them. I will probably say that I don't even tell you to go and download these tools on your company, because you'll probably lose your job. The thing about this is that what I'm showing right here, just to kind of understand that you can practice somewhere on some of these tools easily, so you can learn the skill. Later on, whatever your company is using, it doesn't matter. You got the idea, you got the skill, and you go with it. By looking at these videos, you learn the skills, and then tomorrow you just convert the skill into something new. So product means nothing to our platform. I will say that again, nobody is paying us, and we do not even promote no products right here. You can just go and practice on these applications and close it, and then just think about this, that when you land a job, they're going to have their own tools, they're going to have their own flow, they're going to have their own documentation. You have to follow that, or else just what Kev said, that somebody deployed something and broke it, you probably will use these tools and you'll break like 10,000 machines out there, and of course you're not going to get a job anymore.
I was gonna add to that. Yeah, so that's the reason why I was having that Cisco AnyConnect issue. So it turns out that he messed with it. So a bunch of people were getting 401, 403 errors. They can't connect to certain websites because of him, because he updated Cisco AnyConnect in the Windows update, and basically it broke because everyone uses VPN. So right now there are 950 people connected to Cisco AnyConnect in my job. It was 500, now it's 950, and because of him, he broke it. So basically, we had to run a silent downgrade I don't know if that makes sense. A silent downgrade. So you got to revert back the
Revert
update.
back. Yeah, yeah. So if you can
Basically.
deploy something, you also need to learn how to uninstall stuff, right? You gotta revert things. And just like Windows updates, you can roll out updates, and you can also take it out, right? You can bring it back. That's how you fix things. But the thing is this: why did I say in my part one that if you're brand new, what will you do? One of the biggest thing that you should do in software deployment and patch management or rolling out fixes is what? You gotta test it on identical machines or identical things. Even if it takes you 5 machines to cover up your company, you got to get all these things in your testing environment. You can never rely on virtualization over here. Like if I deploy it on one of my virtual machines in Windows 10, you think that that's going to work. But what if that is not the same case when you deploy it to real machines out there? What if Lenovo had a different clash with these updates? What if Dell has a different type of thing going on? What if HP has a different type of going on? So you can never rely on just your normal, I would say ease of testing, right? This is what I would call it, because you feel like it's easy to test, it's easy to spin a virtual machine, so I'm just going to get away with that. No. And when it comes to software deployment, when it comes to patch management system, they hired you for that specific reason. They're paying you a lot of money, so then you can have patience to sit down there and test these different type of scenarios before you push it out to certain areas. And specifically, I'm talking about to the people who are going to become actually they're going to get jobs in this specific areas. They pay a lot of money for this stuff. I'm telling you, just specifically you doing patch management stuff and software deployment, people pay a lot of money. But you are also taking that risk that, of course, if you mess up, then you mess up. You be ready to lose that job as well, just like what Kev just said.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that, because he did that, and then Kevin, yeah, you know that guy we hired as a consultant? Yeah, he's no longer with the company anymore.
All right, bub.
Okay, all right then.
I'm not gonna say the name, but one day one of network engineer, he didn't know how to use blocking like a full what do you call it? How do I say that? The whole subnet. And the whole subnet on an internet, not at a local level. He blocked 2 million IP addresses in one shot. Kevin's shaking his head right now. So, okay. Okay, guys, welcome. Dominic, welcome. And Eddie, you are in the live chat. Jerry's welcome. You guys can always come up and ask questions. This is all about we talking to each other. None of these sessions are like, we're going to have to get to the boring stuff, like just me talking. I like you guys to talk because it gives me break in the middle too. Okay. So let's get started with this understanding of what patch management system is. The proper, I got this from Managing. I'll show you right where I got it right now. So in a second, because I'm going to go in there. Patch management system is a process of what? Detecting, downloading, testing, approving, and installing new missing patches in all operating systems and applications within that network. Okay. So does that make sense to a lot of people? That patch management system is not just you need a software and you just deploy it. It doesn't do that. It's a complete package, and it's more than that now. So some of the patch management system are local. So let's just do a little bit of a scenario here that you got a company right here. Let's say this is one company, and let's say this is your local companies, or they may have multiple, different type of headquarters, right? So you may have a server that may be connected to a domain controller, and then you may have desktops, laptops, and things like that, Mac OS, Linux, or, you may have Windows. So the patch management system, when you install it, that server basically kind of like gets connected through an agent. An agent is like a client. So you put some kind of software on these machines. And what this does is basically, this always, keep a contact with the server, and the server then goes out to another public, like, this is like the company that you have bought this technology from. So if this is a Microsoft SCCM is going to go out to where? Microsoft updates, and it's going to update all this stuff. But if it's a different company, then they may also grab updates from Microsoft through their servers. So you got to understand that when you have an internal patch management server installed inside your company, then of course you got to do a lot of things. You have to open up some ports for it to go out grab all of these different type of applications and all that patches and everything. So in your server, you got this nice server, loaded server with a lot of space and everything like that. It grabs all that information, and then based on what information it has, it's going to go out and start scanning your machines right here. And then it's going to scan this machine, scan this machine, scan this machine, scan this machine. And it will be always intact with the server. And then what happened is that after that, one of your machine will say, I'm not patched, I'm not patched, I am patched, I am patched. Thank you so much, I'm patched. You see how 3 machines automatically are saying that I'm patched and we're good to go. And these 2 machines are now not patched. So what happens to a machine when it's not patched? Anybody like it? What's the scenario that can be a problem if a machine is not patched? Eddie or Jerry or
security holes, right?
Security hole. There you go. Just like I mean, the biggest concern for a lot of people is security holes right there. But then what about the other things too? Like, doesn't it make our job easy? Let's say, for example, if Zoom was already installed on all of these machines, and a Zoom needs an update now because Zoom says that everybody needs to put a password or something like this, and your CEO comes to you and they say, hey, we need to put Zoom on all these machines. Are you going to do deployments, or does patch management can take care of that?
I think the patch management would do it, no?
Perfect, because now it makes our deployment job even more easier. So first it was a vulnerability thing, but it may not be a vulnerability thing, right? It's just an update. Not everybody in a company sees an update and they will update application right away. People usually don't do that when it comes to a more testing purposes. Microsoft is also known for breaking systems. To be honest, Microsoft is known for that too. We have done that. I've spent so many of my years in this area, and I know how many times Microsoft have pushed out a patch and it broke all systems. It either broke another system. Maybe Connector was not incompatible. Just what Kevin just said right now is exactly a prime example. An update came in, there's a problem there. So then, of course, we don't just update software like that. It came out today and we're just going to drop it out there, right? Unless it's a security issue, unless it's been told by a security professional that there's a big bug out there, there's a 0-day vulnerability or this kind of stuff or that kind of stuff, then you just got to push it out. But that's where it can help a lot of, if you think about it, how much it can help, right? Eddie, like you're a brand new person, right? You haven't worked in IT. Think about it. Like if you didn't have this ability, right? If you didn't have this ability and you have 1,000 machines to manage, what would you do? The machine gives you ability to patch itself, right? You can go and download some free tools or paid tools, or you can use a Windows update. It's going to do that. It's not like there's something new, right? It's just doing what? It's making our job easier. So this is where when patch management came in and software deployment came into our life, we started loving IT. Why? Because now I can make my job, I can do a job pretty with fun. Like it's fun to do this kind of stuff, right? Too, right? So,
hey, Danish.
Yes.
What did you guys do before patch the deployment software? You have to do it manually?
If there's no patch management software available, then what would be the solution here? I mean, when did Microsoft updates? Microsoft updates usually came in even with the XP time updates were available, even before the updates were available, right? So what would you do? Like I remember one time, Kevin, we had to create a CD. Remember, there was no DVD at that time. We had to create a CD, an offline CD, and we have to plug it into the machine, and we have to update each machine one by one. Eddie?
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that. That was back in the day. So you would put a CD in. You have to manually put disc 1 out of disc 2, and then disc 2 afterwards, and then basically manually install it on the computer.
That's exactly how we did it, Eddie. And that's why when I see these kind of softwares throughout my career, I started loving IT. If I was doing that CD stuff, I can guarantee you I would not be sitting here today. You will not, JobsCashare will have no name. I feel like maybe KevTech would not be here too, unless KevTech would love that kind of stuff, then I don't know about that. I don't like it. I will not be here. I'll be doing some other work. Probably, I don't know. I like drinking tea. Maybe I would have created my product as some kind of Danish tea or something like that, All right. So, what kind of systems do you guys use, Kev, like for patching and stuff? I know a lot of people use WSUS servers. You say something Altiris or something like that. It's a semantic product, right?
We use we have a combination of for updates and stuff like that. We have a combination of Silence, McAfee, and Ivanti, and we use SSCM as well. We use a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, and that's kind of like wanted to tell people that a lot of people use combination. Combination could be for when it comes to like patch management system. If there's a full-blown system implemented, then people want to stick to one, but there could be one solution may not be able to resolve certain things. So you should have maybe one or two tools in your in your tools area where you can do things. Like for example, I'll give you an example right now. If I was to implement a patch management solution and it requires me to put a client on a, let's say 3,000 machines out there, right? 3,000 machines. And that patch management usually comes with this, integration with Active Directory, right? You integrate that with Active Directory. It says, okay, we're going to push it out to all these clients right there. But sometimes that clients, the way Active Directory works, it doesn't work. Just like that day we were doing a group policy, we got stuck, right? So you see how Microsoft can be very, tedious in this area. And then of course you need to fix it. So if you can't fix it, then what will be another easy solution for us? We just install what? PDQ on one of our servers. And now I can deploy that client through PDQ to 3,000, 4,000 machines. And now everything is patched with my system. You see how I use two different tools to do my job. And both jobs are freaking massive, 4,000 machines. How are you going to do that, right? So I have a PDQ. Through that, I deployed it to all these 4,000 machines. Now, once the client was deployed, now the patch management took over, and now everything is what? It's automated. It's scanning, it's patching, it's doing everything. My life is easy, right? That's how it is. So, and maybe at the first shot, maybe Active Directory did work out, and I didn't need a PDQ, but maybe PDQ may be needed for other things, right? So you can see, we can use multiple tools to do our job. Now, the other scenario right here is that, okay, that's a local business with that kind of ability. What will be what's the new solutions these days? Do you guys know anything about new solutions that's out there? So here you go. Look at this. I mean, what are we always talking about these days? We tell people, hey, what is taking over? What is taking over? Cloud, right? So if you now look at it, even as you're Intune, like, that they have these abilities now. You can actually deploy an application from the cloud to your local machines, no problem. You can even patch systems. You can even run updates from the cloud. But even these systems that are there in the market before, I mean, like I said, SCCM is not the perfect tool out there for patching and doing deployments. Yes, it is a very technical tool. It can do a massive jobs out there, but it is not the only application out there. And that's why I told people in the beginning that SCCM should not be your first tool to learn these things. I know it sounds pretty cool for you, but it's not. It's not, because you're going to come across databases. And as soon as, if you're a brand new person, you don't know anything about databases, there you go. You already lost the battle right there. 90% of the people will lose the battle because they don't understand all these servers, or they don't understand databases. They don't understand schemas in Active Directory. They don't understand certain things that are required by SCCM. It's going to take you a lot of time to do that. So then that's why I pushed you towards some of the easy tools to understand the skill, and then go back to these bigger areas. So other solution would be that you have what? You have a solution like this. You have a cloud right here. Let's say this is a cloud right here. I know my cloud is messed up right here. All right, so we're going to call this cloud right here, okay? And the cloud, in this where maybe this application is running, let's say, Manage Engine, BigFix, IBM, blah, 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 whatever you want to name it. And they have installed it on AWS, or they may install it on IBM, they install it on Azure. Their application is working at this level right now. So this means you're not relying on any servers. You could install a server in the middle to make things faster. People do that sometimes. But let's say I am a business owner and I only have 6 machines right here in this business. And then I have another business. This is like, I'm talking to people right now that if you feel like tomorrow you want to open your own company, and how would you manage these different type of companies, then you would need a more bigger level patch management system that can do multiple things on a cloud level. So this means you would be able to have an application inside the cloud while you can manage different type of areas, or even in one business. It doesn't matter. I'm just giving you kind of ideas right here. So you may have a different business right here. Let's say this is B1, this is B2, and then you have this B3 that may be having like a different type of campuses, right? This is how most of the networking stuff is, right? And so from this one application, you could have manage, like, from this one area, you can manage this one business. Or you could be working a very large environment as an MSP, and you may be doing that kind of job for a lot of businesses, meaning this is your product, this is your service to provide multiple people, multiple businesses, this solution of patching, meaning you are an expert in this area, and you're telling many other companies that, look, I got this service that I'm providing to you all, and I will give it to you for this much money. So if you feel like you got really good at this stuff, so think about this. You don't have to be just help desk to do these things. IT is way bigger than help desk, right? So you could create your own solutions tomorrow. You can think of outside of the box, right? This is what we do in our channels and our skills, that we don't want to tell you that, okay, this is exactly what you can do, and then this is the career that you can do way more than that. So then, of course, at that level, you can have multiple businesses in one system, which I'm going to demonstrate today. And then you can start deploying patches. You can connect to their machines. You can support them. You can do a security for them. You can do vulnerability for them. You can install some custom scripts on their machine. You can run some custom scripts. You can do some alerts. You can so this is what the patching these days means. It's not just one product that is doing just patch a Windows update and patch a software update. No, it doesn't work that way. Like these days, patch management systems are included in bigger level softwares. It's not just one specific piece. There's very few software that can do these days that, oh, we're just going to give you a patch management. Because people are like, okay, I can get a patch management for free, man. Why would I pay for that kind of product? So people will go for a much bigger level products to do these things, okay? So that's what we're going to talk about today. So any questions so far? Does anybody have questions like so Fizan King asked that, which management software have you used and recommend? So I'll show you right now which management software, so we can do a lab right now. And let's get to the lab and get started with our, what lab are we going to use? So let's see. Let's go ahead and turn off this. Kevin, you want to say something?
You use the UK laptop, the UK laptop that takes forever to
no
turn
more, no more UK stuff, man. That was actually a good lab too for a lot of people who wanted to know how do you manage stuff. So, okay. So why do we actually teach this skill, by the way? If you look at it right here, look at these jobs right here and tell me what kind of titles are targeted with this, with the term called patch management. Just look at these titles. What does it say? Desktop support specialist, help desk, call center, IT support specialist, level 1 IT, level this IT, level that IT, level 2 IT, tier 2, help desk, patch management, and look, I guess software deployment again. There you go. We talked about part 1 and part 2. This is the reason why we are doing this session. Clearly, it tells you, if I just put patch with my title, most of these jobs are hitting where? The level 1, level 2 help desk. That's it. Even though sysadmins might be doing these jobs and they may be implementing the solution, but they may not be still doing patches, by the way. For desktops, maybe it's still help desk people that are doing that. So when you have something like this on your resume, that's where you're countering skills out there. Experience. When people say, and they always complain about, I don't have experience. The reason for that is that you're not doing some of the labs or some of the trainings, what I'm showing you today, because this exactly target that requirement. And when you go with this skill or this terms on your resume and you start talking to an IT person, because you always, a lot of people will go through the first stages, right? They're going to have a good customer service. A lot of people may do that and they may go through that phase. But the second phase, when they say, oh, we're calling you for a technical interview with our IT manager, and then second person is going to be who? Our supervisor helped us or another senior helped us. So that help desk person will start thinking about his products, what he used. A help desk person usually, if they're pretty serious about this stuff, so some people may not be, they may not be test you that level. They know, you're coming in for the job, you're new. They're not going to test you at this level. They may not ask you like, okay, show me what kind of patches how do you patch a system? Usually they don't do that. Even if they do, wouldn't it be a better thing to prepare yourself? I mean, what's the harm, right? So Eddie, you want to say something?
No, I'm just giggling.
Yeah. So think about it. What's the harm of getting yourself prepared? The only harm is that when you do not get yourself prepared, and when you go to the interview and they throw something like that. Because like I said, when I say they're not going to ask you, that doesn't mean they're not going to ask you. I'm just saying that there are different, I mean, there are human beings that are going to actually test the hell out of you. They're not going to leave you like that, right? Right, Kevin? I mean, there are people that are going to really, really test you. So at least you should have something like this to counter that testing, to counter that experience, and then you're talking. And people like that because when they know that even without a job, you still managed to give me this type of answer and you were able to defend that term on your resume, then I'll like you. Why? Because it saves my time. And in this world, 2020, everybody have different things going on. Everybody have families, everybody have things going on. And whatever saves my time is going to be key for me. That's it. This is the reality. We cannot run from the reality. Okay. So that's kind of like why the first thing is you should be thinking, why are we doing part 2 for patch management system? This is the reason why we are doing patch management system. Okay. So now moving to our lab today. And by the way, before I move into the lab, because I know we have a lot of paid members too. So if you are a premium member and you go to, and I'll talk about the design. We did change the design, by the way. The portal is changed. It's very easy now. So if you go to the Learn IT, Eddie, I'm talking about you right now because you're live and the people who are going to be watching this as a premium members. So if you go to Learn IT and you click on a video task library and you see if you type WSUS, these are the kind of like a Microsoft level patching, right? You can always come over here and just type that in the search bar and then there you go. Install and configure all that kind of stuff. Patches, you want to talk about patches, implement patches. All you got to do is click on this video. And this is actually covered in a Security Plus course and as well as covered in the Windows Server Administration Fundamentals. So if you guys are really into that kind of stuff, you want to learn about the Microsoft side, then come and utilize your access. And another thing is when it says Security Plus here and when it says Microsoft Fundamentals, where are these labs? These are in Practice Lab if you want to do it hands-on. So I want to just quickly talk about that because I know some of my paid members will be watching me like, hey, how do we do that? So now we're going to log into our server right here. This is our lab server where we're going to first implement that first option where we are internally working for a company and our CEO came to us and they're like, hey, you guys are wasting too much time with all these deployments. Why don't you have something better? Can you guys give us more software, the Zoom, stuff like that, vulnerability? A lot of people are complaining about it. Can you come up with something cool? So today I'm just going to show you a product that everything can be done from that product. It's like a central product for everything. But of course, again, my note to you is that we are not getting paid by these products. And I do not recommend them to you just going in there, installing this product inside your company. You're going to get fired, definitely. Right? So if you want to test it, go and test it in your lab environment, learn the skill. Tomorrow, whatever they're using, cash on that. Learn that product. And in the beginning, first few months, don't say anything. Don't try to promote these type of solutions because that looks bad. That looks back to a person who's been working there for 5 years and you just go out there and you have only 1 month experience and you're like shooting out all these things because you think you know it from these videos. Sometimes you just don't know it. You probably don't know it much than the other person. They may already have went through this stuff and already found out some of the issues. Then they may just tell you right away that, oh, you're just dumping ahead. I already know about this stuff. So you see, you're going to create this negativity around you. So spend some time. These are the tips that I'm giving you that does matter when you start working with a team. And when you start working after, like, say, 6 months and you feel like these people don't know about these things, that's where you start telling people. And that's where you see they will either respect you or they will feel like you're a threat to them. And what's the next? If you're a threat to a company like that, then what's the next step? You leave the company, you find a new job. Right, Kev? What would you say to that? That's my experience. I don't know about. I think he's on the phone right now. So, okay. So go ahead and we're going to basically go ahead and log into our server and then we're going to do this practice together. And let's go ahead and we'll see what we have here. Okay. Anybody who have a question in the live chat, that can definitely ask us questions. We are definitely going to stop we don't have to be in this training all the time like this. This is like a one-on-one with everybody. Okay. So what do we have here in this lab? We have domain controller, we have server, and we have Monica right here. So Kev, remember I told you that I fired Stacy because she was too slow. She was not doing her work. So I fired Stacy. And now I hired Monica, and Eddie's laughing too, like, because Stacy was too slow, right? We just got Monica right here. Okay, so now we're gonna first open a domain controller to make sure it's working. Because when you implement these type of solution, like I said, I don't like to do a work group type of training. Most likely, you're not going to be working on that area, but these tools can work for work group type of machines too. And once you know about the domain connected ones, I'm sure you're going to learn about the work group as well. That's not something. The focus is not there. You know, that's just you're not going to be getting jobs in that area. So then we have a server 2019 right now. We're going to log in. Now, if you're too brand new to the server, domain controller, stuff like that, where do you go? You need to either go to our website, take the basic training from us, or you can go to our YouTube channels and take the free training from YouTube, because YouTube is as equivalent to our live training. It's just that live members have more one-on-one with us, okay? And you can go to Kev Tech channel. He has a lot of great videos about this stuff as well. So there's too much to learn from these different type of channels. If you feel like you're missing some of the things that I'm zooming through right now, because this is a part 2. Okay, so we got Monica right here. So we're gonna log into Monica. So what's the situation in the phase 1? What did we do in the part 1? We installed a product called PDQ, and we simply solve some of the basic issues, like somebody needed a FTP, somebody needed FileZilla, somebody needed Chrome, and what we did with that. We just made our life easy by putting a PDQ, and we deployed it to different machines, and that's it. We just wanted to show you that, and you know, okay, now there's something that can be done that way as well. Okay, so now we're gonna come over here, and now you see that what are we implementing? We're implementing a solution right here, right? So if I go back to my number 1, my number 1 slide right here. So let's go back to that slide just to show you. This is a solution that we are doing, right, Eddie? We're in the office. We got Monica right here. This is, let's say, Monica, and that's Monica machine right here. And then we are gonna basically put a server right here. We already have a server called server, and we're gonna put a patch management system inside this server. And then this patch manager will be allowed to grab updates and everything from its own vendor, and how it's going to do it. We're going to show you that. And then once we have that server ready, then Monica will be managed. Monica will be kind of like her machine will be patched, right? And of course you can then think about deploying it to, let's say, 10,000 machines if you want. Okay, so now, yes, go ahead.
Do you have to install it on the client and the host, or is it just...
Yeah, this solution is about putting it on the client. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm going to show you right now. Okay.
I'm saying the patch software has to be on the server side, client and host, both.
Exactly. That's what I'm showing you right now. So now what we're going to have a server side, which is this right here, right? This is our server, and this is our client, right, Eddie? Monica, and a server right here, right? You see that screen? Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to install this product called Manage Engine, and it's called Desktop Central. And somebody actually asked in Kev Tech channel, can you show Manage Engine? So I'm sure if they're watching me right now, they can also follow this, that I said that I'm going to show you this. Okay, I'm putting Google wrong way. I put Google. I don't know if that's even took me to the right area right now. I'm going to put Google again. By the way, I watched one of the YouTube video. They say that don't put Google like this.
No.
Don't put Google like this. It's not secure. Look at this. If I put Google like that, it redirects me to HTTPS. So if you open your browser, there's a HTTP and then goes out to. So maybe if you remind me later on, I'll give a credit to that channel. Pretty cool channel. I was watching. I was like, I never thought of that either. So, okay. Anyways, so you're going to type Desktop Central Manage Engine like that. And as usual, my spellings are always bad. So what you're going to do, you're going to come over here and you will install this called Desktop Management Software. And it's basically called Manage Engine Desktop Central. We're going to basically go ahead and open that. Okay. And as you can see, we have this information from them, all that kind of stuff from Desktop Central. So sometimes I may be might be putting stuff and they may have changed things. So let's see if they have changed anything. Do we have the download area right now? So first of all, let's see what they're offering. Look at this. They have what? Patch management system. And what else do they have?
Oh.
They also have a software deployment ability inside the patch, the system. So this means they offer you both. But what else do they have as well? Patch management system usually these days doesn't come alone, like I said, most of the time. It's a full IT asset management system as well. So if you're doing a lot of patching and things like that, what do you rely on a lot of times too? When you do deployments, wouldn't you want one tool to grab all the information and everything from them? And you have like this whole asset management system. You got a whole reports out there. It's working for you. It's doing scheduling for you. All that kind of stuff is there. And it's also what? It's a mobile management too. I mean, if you want to do that, you can also remote into machines. You can also do configurations. There's scripting allowed. But another thing that they just added is what? Look at this right here. And in my last session actually showed this imaging because it's new. It just came up. So I'm not going to do this part right now, but it's just there. I mean, imaging is something we're going to cover maybe later on. That's another whole story out there. So it can do imaging and deployment, and it can do patching and software deployment at the same time. So if you go down right now, you see you got this free version out there. So imagine if you were running a small business, you got ability right here. A lot of small businesses are covered by them. Most of these products, bigger products, usually cover these small businesses, right? They just give you everything for free. So how many machines can I basically manage from this patch management system? So if you were to do a lab right now, you got a fully functional product with 25 computers. This means most of us are not going to even utilize 25 computers, right? We're always doing 1 or 2 computers in the labs. So you can actually fully use this free version of this software to learn what we want to teach today. Is 2 things. One is a patch management and a software deployment. My focus is going to be mainly patch management. So if I click on download right here, after that, of course, this is a basic one-on-one class that you should have learned from IT Fundamental of our course or any other courses out there that you need to understand your computer architecture or things like that. You need to know, is your computer what? 32-bit or 64-bit? If you don't know how to find that, then you're missing extreme level of basics. You got to go back to fundamentals then. And of course, we got a course for that too. So if somebody is at that level right now, you didn't know what I just said, okay, I'm just going to click on 64-bit, but I'm not going to show you this training what 64-bit means, right? Or how do you find it? So this means that you are in a little bit more advanced training right now. You got to go back, right? That's how you learn. So then we're going to click on 64-bit right now, and we're going to install. But before I do installation, I'm going to basically save it in my computer right here. So I'm going to see right here, I'm saving in my downloads. I like to do this process, even though I'm an admin, I like to right click on it and run it as admin. When you run something like at server level, I like to do that. It's just that, I don't know why, but sometimes there are issues with when you directly double click on it, there are some securities that get missed in this area. So when you do that part, that's like CMD. When you go to CMD, you're trying to run something more evaluated type of commands, and it will ask you, hey, you're not an admin. Would you like to be an admin? Just like when you try to open a host file like an admin right now, it's not going to work. You still have to run that, open that notepad and host file as an administrator to do that change, right? So you see, when you're running applications at that level, this level, when it has to do a lot of deployments, when it has to connect to other machines, when it has to grab information from other machines, this software has to be deployed properly then. It got to have all these rights, because what it's doing is going out to other machines and grabbing information, deploying tools, all that kind of stuff. So it got to be, implemented properly. Now, in the lab environment, we don't care. But when you're doing this in a real environment, you really, really got to go towards documentation. They have documentation. I'm sure you guys know that. So if you go to the open file now, we're going to right click over here, and we're going to run this as an administrator. And then we're going to install this product on the server. Okay. Now, again, this can be installed on a desktop level too, but when you're doing certain things like this, where you have to like deploy it to like 10,000 machines, or a machine rely on a share, then of course desktop is not a proper solution. Like I said in part 1, desktop can only give you concurrent connections. How many? 20 concurrent connections, and you're gonna have problems, right? Servers are thousands of connections. That's why people use servers for web servers ability, right, and stuff like that. So we're gonna click next over here. And we're going to say yes to that and all that next. And we're going to finish. It's going to give you a warning that if you have antivirus, you should shut it down for now. We don't care about that stuff. What is this, by the way? What did yesterday? Steven said something that how important is what? Knowing to know these numbers. What are these numbers, Eddie? What is it called?
These are ports, but I don't know what 80/20 is. I can look it up, but
80/20 is this specific application port. So you don't have to learn this port. Nobody's going to ask you what is 80/20. They may ask you what is 21 port, what is 23 port, what is 22 port, and this kind of all that kind of stuff. But most likely in these type of applications, they have their own. They use their own bigger level ports out there. I can change this port, by the way. It will work, right? So if I click next right here, then of course it's going to tell you, okay, this is going to be the name of this product. Where is it going to get installed? So that's another important piece right here. When you are installing these type of products where it has to do a lot with grabbing information for downloading patches and everything, then of course you need to properly design this. Just like SCCM, you got to design that product pretty nicely. Why? Because it has to download a lot of things, right? In certain areas. So that's why they have like member servers and all that kind of stuff. So of course you need to understand that if you're putting this product out there in a real environment, you got to make sure that your server is prepared for this stuff. You may have a D drive, C drive, E drive, whatever, right? For different type of situations. So right now it's installing right now. And then once this is installed, then of course this is also a web-based application. This means we don't have to rely on this server. In real environment, you don't have to rely on this server. You can just go to a different machine, plug it up, and do the deployments. You could be at home right now. You connect with your VPN, you turn it on, and boom, you can deploy from your home. Right? That's how you can even do other things, which I'm going to show you right now. But that's why the new applications these days are not like PDQ. Like for example, PDQ, I feel like they should bring a web version too. Right now they're still using like a normal desktop application. So you see the problem in the desktop is then you have to log into that specific profile and you have to open it. And then does it allow you to run that on other profiles? So their design is basically you go to a different profile and then you got to pay another license. Or another profile, you got to pay another license, right? So certain things, yeah, you gotta know that how the product works. So if you were to run this from home with PDQ, then how would you connect to PDQ? Of course, you're gonna VPN and then you're gonna remote into that machine and then use PDQ. If I were to use this product from home, I'll just connect to VPN and I'll just plug in the IP address or the name. If I have a DNS setup and everything like that, I'll just say, okay, let me just go to the web browser and an application will open. So while this application is going to take a little time, the floor is open for talking. I mean, anybody wants to share something or anything? Any questions or anybody in the live chat or anything? Or Kev, if you want to share some, your dancing classes, if you say you're going to do some dance classes and stuff like that. Actually, Kev is talking to someone right now. I just noticed him. He was on the camera, but he's talking. Maybe he's some
love. I think.
Yeah.
So this software, I'm sorry, this one's web-based, the one we're using now, right? The
yeah,
manage engine. Okay.
So it's installing its own internal web server and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about all that kind of stuff in the beginning. The most important thing about this video is to learn the skill of patching, learn the skill of how these products are being used, and later on you're going to find out what services this product use, so then you can troubleshoot it. Tomorrow, if you had to implement it, of course, then you're going to go where? You're going to go to their documentation, and these type of products, people don't use the free version that much, right? Because they buy it from these companies, and Manage Engine is being used by a lot of companies. That's why somebody asked in the KevTech channel in live chat, hey, would you do the Manage Engine? Because it's known to a lot of companies. So even if you talk about this Manage Engine inside your interview, a lot of people might know about this. Even if they don't know, you can talk about it. And this is a product, because you're talking about the terms that a lot of people know. 90% of the people will know. Patching, right? Software deployment. Whether they know about the product or not, but they know the specific term that you're using, right? So it becomes a pretty good, thing for a lot of people. So can you show us how you secure configuration for hardware and software on various devices? Waldo, since this is a different session for deployment and patching, which is kind of like answering your question, how we patch systems, but of course that's a little different area too. Like what if The question is about maybe just server hardening, PCI hardening. There's different levels, right? We'll talk about that maybe in our next sessions, but this session is specifically about patching. So we want to keep everything most likely about like, patching, but questions can be career related questions too. I'm happy to answer that. But if it's technical questions that I need to do something, then I won't be able to do it right now. Okay. Okay. So now, as you can see, it's using this jar files. Usually, most of these applications are written in Java. So stuff like that. Maybe if you don't, in the old days when I was using it, it was heavily relying on Java, and they were also using Python. Most of their, so I don't know, maybe I think they changed the code and they're using a lot of Java these days. And I like the older version because if you're learning about Python, they will give you all of these products inside the Python applications, and you could just grab those Python applications, start learning about certain things if you really like coding. I kind of got into that, but then of course that was not my side, and I kind of gave up on that. But on the right side, if you look into this server, you see our secure port is running on what now? Right? 8383. And that's that port with Eddie. If somebody asks you if this is a secure port, and if we are using an 8020, will this port show up if I type that IP address in the browser, or will it not show up?
Don't you have to put the colon at the end and then the port number, I think?
But yeah, but what I'm asking you is, are these ports hidden, or are these ports going to show when I put the IP address in the whole link? Maybe it's just not, maybe it's just, it gives me a link that, okay, you need to put this link and then this will show up then. So remember, these ports are not hidden, right?
Yeah.
These ports will show up in your browser. If it was an 80 or 443, then those ports by default will hide, even though it's there, right? But you can point these to different ports if you want to, right? If you're running in a company, maybe later on I can, and we did a IIS server session like a week ago. We did a full web server, and that you can come back and you'll see what I'm talking about the ports, okay? So we're gonna skip this information right here. Now, this is where I wanna do another piece of thing before we kick this in. We can kick it in, but what I like to do is I don't like to use IE for this type of products, right? So I'm gonna go for what? I'm gonna go for another browser. I'm just gonna download Firefox. Now, a lot of people, they're watching me. Oh, you're downloading a Firefox on a server, Chrome. To be honest, this is labs. I don't care. I want to make things easy for myself. So most likely when this is running on that server, if you want to keep the server more secure, then you wouldn't want to put more stuff on it. Right? You just grab the IP address, go to a different machine and get going, right? But here, because this is a lab environment, we just need to first find out if our system is working. Is this deployed correctly? So if I click on here, well, look at this icon right here. It changed, right? But the other piece is what it's telling me right now is what? It's starting so far. It haven't started yet. It's starting. So in the beginning, when you install a product like this, sometimes you can go to the services, do that, and it work. And sometimes you have to restart the server. Since you don't know too much about the services at this point, then maybe we'll just restart the server and then maybe this will start kicking in. But I'm doing this live right now, so we never know. We never know, right? If it's going to work or not going to work. But of course, I did it multiple times, so most of the times it works. If not, we'll do some troubleshooting. So if you look at it, we got our Firefox installed, and we're still waiting on that, to pop up right here. But if you come over here, you right-click on here. Look at this right here. You can start a service, you can stop a service, and you can do what? To get to that application from the first try, where do you go? You got to go and open the console. So now if you look at it, what does this represent? Anyone? What does this represent right here?
That's your server?
It's not.
That's my server, but what is this? Localhost is what? What IP is it using? Is it even using an IP address, by the way? Anybody?
Oh.
Will it work if I put this right here? Okay, what else can I put right here, by the way? I can do multiple things, right? I can go to IP config. Let's go to CMD, basic stuff right here, right? So again, if you don't know this stuff, you go where? Go to fundamentals, right? Oh, IP config. Basic stuff is messing up right now. Guy was laughing, right? Okay. If I put this IP address, would this work? Is it the same thing that it says localhost? Anybody?
I'm guessing. Actually, I'm scared to guess. I was going to say.
No, look.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with guessing stuff, guys. Nothing wrong with failure.
It is because that's where the management is installed at. You can probably put that IP address, colon, and the port, because the port is installed on the server.
Perfect. Because it is the IP address of what?
Of the server.
Of the server. But if I put the local host right here, is that the same thing as this IP address?
The management is installed.
I think so. No?
Anybody else? What number can I use instead of localhost? What number can I use right here? Like what numeric numbers can I use? Anybody?
What, the loopback address?
Okay. You just got it, but what's that? What's that address?
127.0.0.1.
Yes. So that's the same thing as it says localhost. You can put that right there. Okay. A lot of people put that in the DNS because usually IP addresses could change. And if you want to keep that for specific reason, whatever reason it is, and you keep that IP address as 127.0.0.1, then anytime the DHCP addresses change, it won't matter because it's going to always use that address, right?
Okay.
So, okay, now you can see right here, it took some time. I might have gotten more impatience and I might have just restarted the server, but what happened? After some time, it came up. So another big thing that I want to tell you, and I deal with this on a daily basis, that sometimes, of course, we lose our patience when we do things in IT, right? When we go for multiple different solutions before doing basic stuff. And one of the most basic thing in IT that I think 70% of my calls were resolved is what? Just put it right. Just restart the machine, right? 70% of the time, you just restart the machine and you're good to go. Okay. Welcome, Blanca. And welcome, Salam. How are you, bro?
I'm doing all right. How are you guys?
Good.
I was actually watching you on YouTube, but I couldn't join. I was cooking.
I think this is more faster because YouTube usually listen after like a few seconds, you know? Okay, so now, Salam, you've been watching this, right? Because this is kind of like your session right here. So if you click on sign in right here, admin. So if you look at it, the first time you log into this product, it's going to give you this very generic username and password, admin. Of course, that's nowhere near secure. Nobody's going to accept that kind of username and password. You got to go and change all that stuff. But that's not the part of this training. Like I said, I'm not going to show too much about the product. It do a lot of things, but I'm going to show a lot about skills, not promote this product at that level, right? You guys have common sense to go and change edits and change the passwords if you like to do that, right? But my main thing about this is what? Now that we have installed this product, what are some of the things that you have learned from PDQ? Can this product do the same thing, by the way? Yeah, it does have the ability to do software deployment. So first, because we did that in part one, I want to go to that part, software deployment, what it can give you. Because PDQ were not able to give us the free version of what? In free version, we couldn't go out there and download or download specific packages. In this product, because it's 25 licenses available for free, you could do that. I like that. I mean, hey, there's a pre-built packages already for me, right? What else can I ask for? So of course they have what? They cover multiple vendors. So this means you can install product for Ubuntu, Linux, and all kind of stuff. You can see right here, look at this. They have different type of operating system, Mac. So if somebody asks you this in the question, like, someday that, hey, is there any product available that I can manage multiple systems? And one of my, probably not a live student, but she's also kind of like a student right here. She asked me a lot of questions about this stuff. She said, is there any product out there where I just started landing a job and that company told me to go and do the inventory and kind of come up with a solution so then we can do all these things easily? And she said that they're using Mac, they're using this machines, they're using Windows machines. So what would be a solution right here, right? You would probably go for something like this, which can manage all these other different type of operating system at once, meaning I'm not even putting different free stuff, open source, scripting, all that kind of stuff. Well, honestly, I mean, to be my like, I want to make my job easy. I'm not going to make my job more harder unless you're enthusiast in IT at that level where you're learning stuff, open source, free, all that kind of stuff. That's a different level right there. You're gonna get there if you really want to go there. But if you want to do your job and you want to love your job and still like these things, of course, you're going to go with the products that have been tested by many, many companies. So this is one solution right here. And then we're going to come over here. And of course, if I show you right here in the software management, if you click on the install software, if I click on here right now, let's say I go here and not software, actually packages, sorry. I'm going to go to packages. I'm kind of messing up right here. So if you go to the packages, this is exactly what we have done in a PDQ, right? We did what? The first time when we were deploying a software, what did we do? We created a package, right? Mm-hmm. But if you're new to this stuff right now, if you're new to software deployment and stuff like that, how can you quickly learn first? What you should do is you should install a pre-package that are already available for you. Does that make sense? So you're not relying on creating everything from scratch because you may get stuck somewhere with permissions and stuff like that. Let it do the things right here for you in the beginning. Try to understand how the package was created. That's how I learn. I like to go back and I see, okay, the package was created this way. So then I open it up, I go to the edits and I find a lot of information. It basically makes my learning process faster if I'm new to this stuff, right? Once I get to know this stuff, then of course, then I become more experienced. Then I can do my own things right here. But most of the people who will watch me and who kind of follow me, they're all new. So my suggestion to you is to first rely on packages first. So what do they already provide is this kind of like a repository. When you click on repository, you see the first thing that they're going to say that, you need to create some type of share. Before you do anything, you need to create some type of what? A place to save all of that information. So in this right here, what are they asking us first? You need to save it somewhere, right? You need all these downloads that are going to happen, all these packages that we're going to download, all these information that are going to get downloaded for patches and everything. That's why I said in the beginning, what? You got to plan your server. If your plan have less space, it's not going to work. If you're installing this on a server that has only C drive with 70 GB, space out there, that's not going to work. You need to have an extra hard drives ready for this type of stuff. And here, the situation over here is that, okay, we need to get some share right here. Now, of course, this is a lab environment. I could have added a second drive, but I didn't. So I'm just going to go to the C drive for, if you guys are practicing it, you guys can also get away with this stuff. That doesn't mean you're going to get stuck anywhere. So in this lab, we have the share already created. Hey, Singh, how are you, bro? So in this share, we have already a share created. If you go to the properties and let's see what the share that we have created in part 1. So this is a share right here, okay? And of course, I'm doing it on this server, so I'll try to use the same server. But I also want to see the permissions right here. And of course, I'm going to do everything at a very low level, not keeping anything in my mind, security or nothing, because I want to get away with all the deployments and stuff. So I add my share right here. I could have used a C drive and everything like that, but usually you can also use a share path like this. They're also giving an example right here. So let's see if it's going to work and take my path right here. Okay. Invalid network path format. Fix above and continue. So for me, that didn't accept that. So in our PDQ, what were they accepting? They were accepting both shares right here. They were accepting the path with you sharing like / network path. And then here, they're not accepting that. And basically, the reason for that is that this product is installed on this server, so it wants you to use this right here. So where would you, if you were to plan this ahead of the time, when you were installing this product, remember they ask you, where do you want to install this, right? You're going to change that path to a correct area. Meaning if you have a D drive, for example, come over here, and let's say you have to go to this PC and you have a D drive. This is 2 TB space out there. I would put this product on there. Because the first thing is you need to understand that if you're doing anything on a server level, you never want to mess with your C drive. Even at the desktop level, you try to separate out the application that are third party. Separate it out. Trust me, it's going to save you a lot of problems in the future. One, you're going to run out of space because of these products. Second, these products heavily rely on logs. So because your job nature is going to be when you're doing deployments and something is not working, where do you go? You go to logs. Okay, logs are getting created every day. Logs can be saved for security reason. PCI, if these machines are used for credit card processes, it must have logs for at least 6 months. So if your logs are big, you run out of space. You got a problem. Okay, so of course we can come to these shared stuff like later on and kind of go over it. But again, I just wanted to go because the software deployment stuff I'm not touching today. I already did that, and you guys can come over here and play around with it. My main concern is patch management system here. But I just wanted to show you that yes, you can come over here and do all these things right here. But the first and most important thing in this product that you need to do is what? What was our scenario right here? Let me go back in here. What is our scenario over here? We are putting this server right here. So it gotta go where? What do we need to do first to let it go out from our network? If it has to go outside and grab information from outside, what does this need to do? What do we need to do with this server to grab that information outside from an internet? We need to allow this server to go outside, right? So basically in this product, if you go to this settings right here, proxy settings, and you're going to skip this right here. They're going to bug you with this stuff. But look at this. Is our server going outside right now? It's not. It's basically not going outside because it says that, are you using proxy, by the way? Because a lot of companies does use proxy, right? Any traffic that you do something, it goes outside of this proxy, and the proxy takes care of all the traffic and everything. So then this means if somebody wants to know about CavTech IP addresses, I won't be able to find his personal information about that machine because the proxy is in the middle. But a lot of companies don't use proxy. There are companies that use proxy. There are companies that don't use proxy because proxy was like, I would say, a lot of companies started using it when Cisco came out with these cool solutions about proxy. Other people came out. But at some point, we got a lot of issues with proxies, right? We came across a lot of issues with proxies. And you see, that's why some of the machines that were imaged with IE proxy settings and people forgot to re-image those machines and they forgot to do this time, then they have all these issues came up with like, oh, we forgot that proxy address is in there. So a lot of people kind of move away from that and go straight to cloud type of technologies. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to go do what? We're going to do what? Direct connections to internet. And we're going to say save and okay. Now, this is a little tricky area in this product. You got to wait for it. You see how it's spinning. And it says what? It's going out and doing a direct connection to internet. It bypassed that proxy, but still we got all these weird issues that is coming across. And in your lab environment, don't worry about these things because right now the one other thing is that this product needs to go out to fetch warranties and things like that. What is it doing right now? Because when you have a client inside the machine, it's going to say that, okay, Dell warranty is getting expired. It can give you a notification. So this can be used for that. Sing, we're doing a part 2, and this is about patch management system. And we did a software deployment in part 1, but we're going to touch a little bit over here today right here, okay? But then if you come over here, we can come to a patch management system where we really wanted to do this lab today. So we're going to be where? And as soon as you click on it, what does it tell you? It tells you need to do first what? Install agent, scan computers, find missing patches, deploy patches. It even tells you what you need to do, but it goes away, right? That thing goes away. It's just like automatically it's going to go away. But here's let me ask you guys, do we have any machines just to patch right now? Is there any machines that we can patch? Have we done any installation on a client machines yet?
No, we haven't.
So the first thing you should do is what?
We got to install what do they call it? Agent software on Monica.
On Monica, exactly. But when you run these applications inside a domain connected environment, what can you do with these applications? And this is where I said in the beginning that none of these applications are worth it if you don't know about Active Directory stuff, right? Because you get stuck. So here you go. We're going to click on computer, add a computer on the LAN. And most likely this is going to fail on Active Directory level, but I just wanted to show you how you can connect this with your Active Directory, and then things are going to start making more sense, okay? So we're going to wait on this and let it come and see what it's going to ask us. Like, okay, what kind of things can we do right now? So if you look at this, information right here, as soon as we click on it, it says what? Add domains to start managing your computer. So if you have multiple domains inside your network, you could add a domain, multiple ones. Or if in our network, we have only one domain controller, so we're going to do add domain right here. So if you knew about how to add a computer, how to add domain and stuff like that, it's going to start adding. But it's going to go out there right now and say, okay, I'm already on a domain environment, so I'm just going to click on add a domain right here. So here you go. Usually when you have a domain name, most of the time it's just asking for that first, NetBIOS area where just say dk.jobskillshare.org, right? Because it can pick it. The rest of stuff already pick it. So I'm going to click on Active Directory right here. Okay, who's the domain name user right here? Who can have the authority to do these kind of things? Can Monica just come in here, put her username and password and do these things?
Domain admin account?
Domain admin account. There you go. So we're going to use our help desk account because we know that person is a domain admin. And let's see if my fingers are working correctly because I do have a very bad. Okay, so AD domain name right here. What can we put right here? Can we put this? Oh, sorry. Not HQ. That's the one on the client. What about this one? dk.jobskillshare.org. Can we put this? It will work, right? Okay. What about the domain controller name? What is a domain controller name over here, by the way? Like what are they asking for? This is
the name of the server?
The name of the server, right? So we're going to basically put the name of the server. So let's just put, let's say for fun purpose, we can put just this because we know that's a domain. And we're just going to click add right now. Did it work? Yeah, because it took it. If it wasn't working, it's going to tell you the username is bad. You didn't put the domain correctly. You didn't put the name correctly. You didn't put the name of the domain correctly. So some of these things, like I said, if you didn't get it, what are you missing here? You just don't know too much about Active Directory. You got to go back to Active Directory, kind of learn a little bit more about how do you find that NetBIOS area? How do you find that domain? Where is an Active Directory? Can I find the name, the full name? Okay, what is my full primary domain controller? And these domain controllers, some may be just read-only. Remember, you may be trying that on a domain that is just read-only. It won't work, right? You're trying to add something to it, it won't work. Because if you're trying to do something with a domain, you're trying to write to it, it's not going to work. Right?
Danish.
Yes.
They don't have a, I thought when you were going to click on add domain, it was going to pop up a list of domains. Can it do that or?
No, because I already specified what domain am I using. dk.jobskillshare.org is my domain, one domain. I already specified that, right? I can add more here if I want to add more, right? So I got one domain that's already here. It says DK, right? So if I click on DK right now, if everything is good, look what it's telling me. It already went out there and it already scanned my Active Directory. And it tells me that, okay, you got 12 users in your environment and you got 5 computers in this Active Directory. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So now the next question is that, okay, how do we, go out there and do the patch management side? Because now we have added it to the domain. And then what's the next process over here, right? As you can see right now, it's already started to look for some of the patches is inside this machine, but this maybe now, this one, we don't want to cover that. So right now, if you go here and we want to add this agent, we're going to go where? We're going to have to do this on a system level. So if you click on systems, then in patch management system, most of them are going to call it either devices, they're going to either call it computers, they're going to call it this or that. So the first thing in patch management it does, it goes out to go what? To grab the latest vulnerability patches, the first level patches, second level patches, non-critical patches, all that stuff. Your machine is going out right now and is grabbing all that stuff and putting it inside your server. This is where I say that, yes, you need your server to become kind of like should have a good space, right? This is the reason right here. Because if you look at it right now, it's going out there. The first thing it's doing without any systems or anything. It doesn't know anything about systems yet. It doesn't have any systems. If you come over here, we say we have 0 systems. And you can see right here, it's doing all these updating right now. So we're going to give it a little time for it to update. And then we're going to go and add a client. And usually in Active Directory, like right now, most likely this is going to fail because I have to open up a lot in Active Directory. And that's the reason I say that maybe I can use a different tool. But another way, yes, you can go straight to the computer for this purpose. I'm going to go to the computer right now and just install the agent. I just need the agent right now, right, to get it on those machines. And once I connect that to those machines, then of course I will see that machines in this area. And then these patches that it's downloading right now, based on this data, it's gonna do scanning, right? It's gonna say, oh, your Windows 10, you got all these patches, and you're missing certain patches that I have, and I see that you're missing it. I think you should get it, right? That's how patching works. I'm just kind of like explaining it in a very non-technical way, So if you come over here, we got Monica right here. We're gonna log into Monica now. By the way, I didn't add Monica to Active Directory for a reason, is that sometimes I like to do sessions and I kind of go back to just adding this one piece. I just keep doing again and again, just so people know that how important it is for a computer to be on the machine and how important for you to know about just adding a computer to a domain. That's just interview question right there. Like that's interview. Do you know how to add a machine to a domain controller? That's it. People are going to ask you that almost, if they say you have a technical interview coming in, just know that there's something coming like that. Something to do with Active Directory. Either it's got to be this example or other example, but KevTech, is not that right? Like when they say, we're going to take an interview question from you, technical question from you. Let's say you pass the soft skill side of it, customer service. Now you're coming for this technical interview. Usually that's what they ask, right?
Yeah, usually, yeah. I usually I do the soft skills, and then I have my colleague. He does the hardware skill questions or the software application questions, and typically they're like, he's like, I'll give you a hypothetical example. He's like, how do you resolve an Outlook issue? So if someone has an issue with Outlook and it keeps crashing, what are the troubleshooting steps you'll take to fix that Outlook issue, since he's having an Outlook issue? That's a hypothetical question. And he'll get another hypothetical question, like, say, for example, you have a brand new computer and you want to add it to the domain. It's a brand new computer. It's fresh out of the box, and you put software on it already, and now it's ready to be deployed and be added to the domain. How do you add it on a domain on a Windows 10 machine? And then how do you add it to a domain, and which account are you required to use to add it to a domain? Because not every account could add it. So which account will you be using to log in and add it to a domain? And what computer name will you give it, and stuff like that? So yeah, questions like that.
Yeah, and people who are listening to us and they're like, oh, is there a video for interview questions? So go to KevTech channel. I'm gonna open his channel quickly right now because he does have a really good interview questions. Because I was checking his channel for some of the interview questions for people that usually ask these questions. So if you type KevTech interview like that, right? So it's kind of like an easy way for you to just pop up all these videos about interview, and then he has all these playlists about interview questions. So you can see all these different type of videos. It's going to really, really help you. And since we're doing some of the collaboration, so if you go to our channel, you do the same process. Like I like to use this method of using a channel name, and with that, using the term that you're looking for. So if you're doing interview like that, and if you do that, you see how many that I have covered. So I actually went through some of the technical area too, like top basic technical help desk interview questions, and that's 23-minute long video. And in that I show RDP, all that stuff, like little bit smaller thing like Outlook, safe mode, all that kind of stuff. And this is pretty cool video for a lot of people who just want to get that fear away from that technical side. I'm going for tomorrow. If you just do these 2 search terms, I feel like you should be good. There's too many videos about this. And I'll be honest, like this is exactly what you're going to come across if they're talking about technical. Unless they ask you, okay, just show us how do you do a databases recovery. No, okay, you got to. They're calling you help desk, but you're not going for a help desk position. It happened to me. Somebody asked me a Java related question. What? I came for IT support position and you were asking me about Java? What the hell is going on here? Okay. So we know that Monica is added to a domain, and I just quickly showed that while you were doing it, just for people to know. You're gonna go to the system and go to change settings, and you're gonna type the domain IP or the domain address, and then you're gonna put your username and password, and it's gonna say you're connected to a domain. So that's something that's important. If you're doing the lab, don't do that on a work group because these two are not gonna work that way. Okay. So now you have two machines. One has a server, and one needs a client. Okay. So basically what I will do is I'm going to open Firefox and I'm going to right click and open that link inside the Firefox. I mean, of course you can make it like a default and everything like that. I'll remove that. You see my local host 8020 configuration to do came up, and it's just more faster for me to do it that way. Oh yeah, there you go. So now we got that, everything is working here. Okay, now we're going to go back to our patch management system. And what I don't like about these virtualization is that it doesn't give you a full page like this. I mean, it just kind of sometimes pisses me off. So if you have that, if you want to go back to that little demo of what they want you to do, you can click on this click overview little space icon right here. You see it opens you that little nice diagram. And if you're brand new, then of course this is the flow that you're using, right? So if I click on install agent right here, that's what I need. Right now, I need an agent. My server is ready to go, by the way. I'm ready to do the patching. My patching will start right now, and I can do the deployments. I can do the other things I'll show you quickly. But what I need to do is I need to install my agent. But look at this. When I clicked on install agent, where is this information coming from, by the way? How did it?
Directory.
Active Directory. So you see how important Active Directory became again. There's another important piece, a lesson to learn. So this software could go outside and find Monica for me, and maybe it can deploy it. I'll say install agent. But like I said, then of course, if it fails, then I'm not going to sit here and try to troubleshoot what is going on. Maybe there's a firewall issue, there's this issue or that issue. You can do a lot of that stuff. If this fails, then what's the next method right here? I can use probably, if this fails, let's say this is not doing it for me, and I have to do this on 4,000 machines out there. You're still not going to go, by the way, do it manually. You'll grab that PDQ skill that I showed you in my first video, part 1. If you don't know about that, go back to part 1 and use that skill, meaning that's agentless machine, right? Agentless software. You put this agent, this client inside PDQ, shoot it out to 4,000 machines out there. So you see, you failed here. Your skill level is not enough to tackle Active Directory fixes for this, or maybe server level troubleshooting or stuff like that. Let's say I'm at that level right now. I can't fix it. What do? You need more solutions out of that, right? You need to come up, creative thinking, I would say, like, right? You got to think outside of the box. You could use other tools, try to do your job. This is it, right? If that doesn't work for you, if they don't let you use these tools, then what else? You can use maybe command line tools. PowerShell has the ability, by the way. PowerShell has the ability to install softwares and deploy softwares. But of course, then you need to know about PowerShell. Okay, so now, of course, we're going to come over here and we're going to see if our agent is installed. And if you look at it on the right side, if you go back to patch management here, and then you see the Monica, and you look at it right here, it says yet to install, right? So this may be waiting for a restart. This may be waiting for, refresh and things like that. Of course, you just deployed it. This means that this machines rely on some action right now. This machine is not controlled by the agent yet. So it cannot force that machine yet, right? It got to rely on Active Directory stuff area. But if you want to make this process faster in your lab, you can do it right now. But look at this. Our installation failed because it says what? The network path is not available. So this is an issue with, you're not opening up your ports, WMI ports. There's a lot of different type of areas out there, services, basically, RPC, different type of things that you're going to come across when you get into patch management system? Can you get to spike source type of scanning, network monitoring scanning, vulnerability scannings? Trust me, WMI, RPC, mark my words, you're going to come across these services. And that's something we can do, that type of session, when we say that let's do an advanced session. Because then, of course, then I need to teach you what is RPC. I need to teach you what is WMI. Okay, if I fail to do this on here, then I need to teach you what commands can you use in WMI to do that kind of stuff. So we're not going to go there right now. This is basic. So for you to not get stuck at the skill levels, click on download agent, right? You're going to do download agent, and what happens? As soon as I click on download agent, it's going to start downloading this zip file. So we're going to basically download it, and we're going to save that into where? Into our how can I then go back and grab this easily from Monica machine? What can I do right here?
Put in the share folder.
Put into the share folder. I like that, because at your level, at level 1, trust me, these are the skills that is most critical for you. Sharing, accessing the share, mapping, getting a software. That's the criticality of these sessions, by the way. You get to learn these, like I said again and again, learn these skills, have it in your mind. But that doesn't mean you're going to come and start doing this stuff and forget about the basics. It won't work. Okay. So you're going to right click here, and I'm going to extract this in my share, and I'm going to extract it into this folder. Got it. We did this. And now if I want to get to that server from Monica machine, how do I get to that share, by the way? Basic stuff, right?
/ or backslash. I'm saying forward. Server share.
Why is it prompting me?
It's a regular account.
It's a regular account. There you go. How do you confirm that it's a regular? Because we logged in as Monica, right? In the beginning. Yeah. So if you could put your mouse right here, look at this, Monica, right? So, okay, here's the thing. I logged in as Monica right now. Now, how would you confirm that Monica is a Active Directory user?
Check on systems info.
Well, system info is going to tell me that it's joined to the domain, but how do I know that Monica is a part of a domain yet?
Do we have RSAT installed?
RSAT has nothing to do with it. So yeah, RSAT you could install. Yeah, you could go to RSAT. You can find out. But what if you don't have that ability yet? You're sitting in front of the computer right now. How would you know that Monica is a part of that domain? Or is she logged in at this profile is a domain profile? Let me make it more easy for you guys. What command did I show you guys that you guys can quickly type in and find out, are you on a domain? Huh?
Who am I /
All right, let's try that too. And let's see if that works.
FDQN? Is it FDQN?
Okay, is this a domain computer?
No.
No, is this a domain profile, by the way, not the computer?
No, it's a local user.
That's a local user because it says Monica/Monica. If it was, if you know DK. This is a, yeah, if this is, you know, this machine is joined to a domain, it should say DK/Monica. So the first thing we should do is what? First of all, we don't have Monica. I'll tell you right now.
You log out, then log in again.
Okay, I said I don't have Monica account right now. Where do I add Monica? Where do I add Monica in my network, in my domain, Active Directory? These are the names. So if you get to use these names clearly and, you know, with no hesitations in the interview, trust me, you got the interview. You're done. They'll like it. So I'm going to log in right now. And the first thing, and this is just a basic day one test for you guys. How do I get to Active Directory now?
You could go many different ways. Start,
administrative
tool.
You can go to the server manager. You can go to administrative tools, right? You can really run a command, all kind of stuff, right? If you click on right here, users and computers, basic ways. But if you're using your own help desk machine, like Windows 10, what you're going to use, what tool? I just did a video, by the way, on this. RSAT. Yeah. There you go. RSAT is a very common tool that people are going to give you. They're not going to give you a domain controller to log in like this, right? So you're going to go through RSAT. So to add Monica, I just click on this little icon. I can right click on the user. I can click on the white space, and I'm just going to add Monica right now. Okay. Monica. There you go. And we're going to add Monica's password, 12345. My favorite password. That's my bank password too, by the way, guys. Let's go. And I don't know, Stacy didn't do a good job. Let's just disable her. I mean, she didn't do a good job. Done. She's done. Stacy's done.
Ticket.
So how do I log in as Monica now to make sure that we are on a domain network? And we're going to basically right click and sign out.
Go to others, then log in as Monica.
Perfect. You do need to know that when you log in with a like, this is a very confusing part for a lot of people. Even if you log in with Monica one time and you come back, it's not going to show the domain on the bottom, by the way. It can confuse a lot of people. So the first thing you should do is when you ever join a computer domain, the first thing you should do is to click on other users, because you're always logged into your local admin profile. And a lot of people get stuck over there, especially new people, right? Why is my RSAT not working? Why is my RSAT not working? It's all a permission issue, right? They're just missing this one step. Come down, click on other users, and now log in as a help desk, whichever you created, or Monica, right? In our case. So we're gonna log in as Monica. And then basically Monica gets into the domain profile now, right? We just added her, she got in, and that's it. So now we know that failed, that Active Directory part failed. And that's, like I said, that's advanced skill. So we're gonna forget about that. The skill that you need to learn is that grab that agent, put it on this machine. Very easy stuff. How can you do it? Put it on share, put it in USB. If you have like a web link or something like that, I mean, put it out there. I don't know. I mean, you can, whatever you can think of to get it to this machine. You just need to get that shared to this machine. So now we need to install that agent, that client, for us to totally control this machine and kind of like support it many different ways. I'll show you some examples. We just need this client. We rely on this client, okay? So what we're gonna do is server.
That's nice.
And you see, as soon as I do /now, it opens up that slash for me. I don't need to go ahead. It just opens up for me, right? So what I need right here is what? This local office. And I'm going to go to local setup. Now, remember, if you double click in this application, if you double click on this MSI, it won't work, actually. Let's double click on it.
Danish.
Yes.
How do you make that you keep going to that share drive path, right? How do you make that into a shortcut? So that she doesn't have to keep mapping it over and over again.
Let me ask one of these students right here. How do I showed you guys this, right? And exactly what you're saying, Kev. I asked everybody, what if this person says that, hey, I'm a non-IT person. What are you talking about? These backslashes.
You drag it down to the desktop right there.
Yes. I mean, that's
the
easy way you would be doing that too. And you can also right click and create these shortcuts, right, Kev? That's another way. You create new, you put the shortcut out there. If you click here, right here, and then there you go, shortcut is right there.
But what if the person says, but I'm gonna give you an example. Whatever the person says, how come Stacy has the H drive and I don't have the H drive?
So we're gonna change your question a little bit over here. How can we make a map drive? Right?
You right click on this PC and map it.
How would you guys do that?
Right click on this PC and map a network drive. Then you choose whatever file state you want.
There you go. You just put that, of course.
You map it. Yeah.
And there are multiple other methods too, but this is like most common, some of the scenarios that you're going to come across, but there's all different methods. You can even put a shortcut with the different drives in there too. But the thing about this is that if somebody says specifically, I need you to map a drive, they're not talking about shortcuts over here. You could take the shortcut off a map drive, put it on the desktop, but the map drive has different functionalities and shortcuts have different functionalities. And map drives are usually used when you want them to see a space in that map drive. You wanted to give them a personal drive. You wanted to give them a group drive, and people get to see their space. You can put some of this thing, like, for example, you can put some, like in our first sessions, I don't know if you guys watched the sysadmin session, right? And this, what do we do? We also added some restrictions on top of the map drives, right, too? So there's certain things you can do with all these shortcuts and things like that. But these are very good questions, like what Kev is saying right now. To be honest, a lot of the users are not gonna like these slashes and pashes and tashes right there, right? They don't understand these, right, Kev? Like if you tell them to do backslash and like just like you said, a user will not go there every day to do this. Slash.
The user would not even type it in. He wouldn't even bother typing it in. He's like, oh, I did it already, and he never did it. And they want you to create a shortcut because they don't want to keep going back and forth trying to install something or trying to go into a shared drive or something like that. They get annoyed by that, actually. So.
Oh, exactly, 100%. Yeah, that's kind of like, and that's why when we do a session, Kev, we do a specific session in our training about files and sharing, and in that we hit all these areas: mapping, shortcuts, and because we know these are common tickets, and these are common interview questions, right? Specifically mapping. How do you map a drive, right? So go Google it right now. Say, what are some common technical questions people are going to ask you? And there you go. The first one is going to be like maybe RDP, mapping, some of the shortcuts here, there, all that kind of stuff. So coming back to our thing right here. So if I go to local office right now, I say that application didn't work. I just actually went through it and it failed. It says right here, it says, what does it tell you right there? Double click on the batch file. That's another thing that you probably will hear in future from me in some of my videos when I do VBS, BAT, PowerShell type of thing. We'll talk about these different type of extensions and how can you make your own extensions. We'll talk about that. But for now, let's say there is a batch file available. If you double click on it, it's going to basically tell you that, okay, what do you want to do with this agent, right? You want to install or you want to exit? Of course, you want to install it. So we're going to pick what? Like if this is a scenario in front of you guys, what would you guys do?
Pick number one.
Pick number one. There you go. Oh, verify the specified log file exists. What the hell is that? Okay, I was not anticipating this. Okay, here's the thing, guys. If you see something like this, what should you do? Like, what would be what's my mistake right here? I'm trying to install something, right? I'm starting to install something. So first of all, from who is installing this?
Can you just take that file and put it in your desktop? Or that
okay, I like that idea. I would do that. If I was you, I would definitely do that. Oh, what's the other problem?
Then run it as administrator?
Run it as administrator. But I wouldn't want to run this from her profile. Like I said, I know this process for a lot of people does work. You're going to run an application. You can do that kind of stuff. But like I said, most of these applications, if you want to do it properly, you want to go back to the profile. Go to the profile that has a lot of permissions. Because at some level, this is going to hit some weird spot that me and you cannot fix it then, right? You probably just come across it and that's it. We're done because we couldn't do it. So what I will do right now, I'm going to log off, log in as a domain admin, as a help desk account, and run this because I want to do this procedure. This is not a Monica call right here. This is an IT solution right here, right? So I got to be on my profile as an admin to do these kind of things because Monica is going to give me a lot of problems if I do it on her profile, right? So I'm going to go log in as a domain admin. And I like to see these old issues because tomorrow you may be on the Monica profile and you run it. I can do it run it as an admin, no problem. That's the same thing as you doing the profile. But I guarantee you it's not the same thing. You're going to definitely at some point hit a software that is not designed that way. And it's going to miss something. And you got a problem right there. That's based on experience. I know it says run it as an admin. So Windows was designed for that too. But of course, the application was designed for that. Did they do a good job? No, they didn't do a good job. Most of the time, they don't do these kind of jobs. So now we're going to come over here. And of course, I first want to run it from the share because I want to see if I get that error. That will tell you that maybe the error was what? because we were not an admin, right? We didn't do this as an admin, which we're supposed to do that as an admin. So if I come over here and I go to local office, I'm going to go to setup right here, and I'm going to run this now as an administrator. Even though I'm an admin, still I'm going to do it and run it as admin on this profile, and then install this, and I still get this error now. What's up with this now? So can I go for your solution now, Sagib, right?
Yeah, that's right.
You put this on your local right here. And now we're going to run it as an admin. Yes. There you go.
Nice.
You see how smaller things, even though I have full rights, I'm an admin, I'm a domain admin, I still couldn't do this, even from that share. So you could see where the problems can be, and specifically when you're dealing with a software or solution that relies heavily on paths, downloading, deploying paths. So you see how much you got involved with permissions, right? Just one example teaches you almost 3 errors right there. This is the real stuff that we're dealing with all day long, to be honest. Most of the issues are created like this because either wrong implementation or software was designed poorly, or something weird is happening, or you forgot a step. 80 to 90% of the time, that's what it is. 10% of the time, or 20% of the time, we just don't know it, and we have to go to Google. Right, Kev? Isn't that true?
Oh yeah, like the Cisco AnyConnect issue I had today, and
Yeah.
I couldn't Google it anywhere, and there was no. I couldn't Google it anywhere, and there was no logs for it. I just had to guess what it was.
Somebody says that, all right, guys, I'm going to sleep. Watch this tomorrow. Yeah, these are long videos, but and he says it's not sarcastic, by the way. So he's right. The thing about these videos is that it teaches you at a very some of the things that are the things that I talk about is more important than our session, by the way. The things I talk about in the middle, and KevTech usually talk about this too. Most of the time, he talks about certain things that is more important than the skill itself. Basically, it's about the information that we're giving you, right? So yes, our videos gets very long, and that's the difference between our videos and other YouTube channels, right? They spend 5 or 6 minutes go into products, how cool this product is, how cool my skills are, right? That's it. 5 minutes done. If someone can cover all this stuff in 5 minutes, I'll give them this whole channel right there. There you go. Channel's yours. All these skills like that. So there you go. So we're gonna click next, and finish it. Because if I know a lot of people may come, I did a manage engine in 5 minutes, man. You could have done this whole thing in 5 minutes. What the hell are you talking about? You could put this client server done. But that's not my goal right here. My goal is I have too many people following me to become an IT professional. And becoming an IT professional does not mean you install something and you implement it and you show it and you say, look, I done it. Right? There's a lot in the middle.
Yeah, there's a lazy way to install it, and then there's a proper way of installing something, having integrity, doing the right thing, and actually doing it the proper way, not just like installing it on the fly, basically.
Yeah, and that also, and when you're doing a teaching, right? I'm sure you got stuck in many times when you're trying to teach something and you're like, oh, I gotta really hit those other areas first, right? And you are you're in the middle of some kind of technical stuff, but you gotta hit other areas that prolong your videos, right? That's how it is. Okay, so now we're gonna come over here and we're gonna go back to, because we just installed that agent on this. You can see right here. Look at this. If you look at it, what is it doing? It's already connected to our server, and if you right click on it, there are certain features that comes with these agents now, and that is kind of like where the power of patch management systems, the power of these type of this type of products and tools comes in, because now a user can come over here and do a self-service portal, which we're going to do in a second. Like in a second, I'll show you how it's done. You can do apply configurations. If something was pushed from that server, you could do apply configuration. And you can also do scan right here, scan my inventory, my patch. So if I do scan right now, let's do that. It's going to go out there and start scanning, or a server can push a command and grab all these things from this, from this client. And for troubleshooting purposes, you can click on the troubleshoot right here, And what I like about this tool is that it has this nice graphical ability. So if you click on troubleshoot, look what happens here. It goes out and says, hey, we're going to look for a server. Is my server connected? Is my service working? Yes. Is my identity working? Yes. Are the binaries, the software stuff is working? Yes. Is it WMI? This, remember I talked about in WMI, every single patching management system, deployment stuff that hits this area. It says yes. Is my Active Directory good? It says yes. My antivirus? No, that's fine. We don't care about that. So here you look at this right here. You got a Desktop Central server, the ports and everything is working fine. No problem. You can even go to more details if you really are interested in knowing more about how connections are working and everything. You can learn from it. But now we're going to come back to our server now, right? We're going to come back and see if we can, what we can do now with this machine, how much we can patch this machine, how can we deploy all that stuff. Now we're going to go back to the server and we're going to refresh this. So now, Eddie, what do you think? We got one machine done? So when you see this pop up right here, just skip it right here. I don't know why this. All right, there you go. Look at this. Is Monica? Oh, okay, I just clicked too fast right now. Hold on. So here you go. Look at that. Is Monica there already now? Look at that right there. Monica is on the green icon represent that Monica's on. What can I do with Monica's machine? Look at this. If I click on this little icon, I can come over here. I can chat. I can restart her machine. I can remote control her machine, by the way. So these type of systems are not no more patch management only now. You know, they implement all these solutions with it. That's why they call it Desktop Central, because you can remote in. You can do patch details. You can do inventory details. And you can do what? You can do asset scan. You can do patch scan. So the one that I'm interested in is in this patch scanning. So if I do click on patch scan, you can see it went out there and started to do the patch management scanning. So if I come over here and I click on patch management, you can see it's going out there and it's doing a vulnerability scan, and it's going to start looking for all the Windows updates. If it's missing any updates, it's going to do all that scanning right now. So it's doing that. It's going to build that report for you. And then based on this data, you can manage all machine, whether it's 50 machine, whether it's 1,000 machines, right? You got all that ability right here. Hey, Steven, welcome, man. How are you? Okay, so Steven's coming in now. So look, if we come over here now, we're going to click on patch management right now again. And as you can see, look at this right here. We have one system and it's already giving us some information. And if I click on the system right here on the left side, usually it will give us a list of systems that is already in our scanning right here. So right here, look at this. So on the right side, you see it's still doing the scan right now. So on the right side, if you were to see something like this, like let's say missing patches, if you see like 10 missing patches on all the 50 machines, this is what makes your life so easy, because here, after testing the patches, look on the top right here. What does it say? Deploy missing patches. Right from this product, I can patch all of my company's machines or anything. It doesn't matter how many machines I have. But this is where, like I said, why testing is critical, right? Because you cannot just pick a whole 1,000 machines and click like this little checkbox right here, and you say deploy all these patches to 10,000 machines, and now tomorrow all of that machines have a blue screen right there, blue screen of death, and now not only you're going to get fired, probably they're going to sue you too. I don't know. So I don't know, Steven, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing okay. Yourselves?
Good. I'm sure you guys are doing this with the SCCM kind of stuff too, right? Like patches and everything.
Yeah, I was watching you guys a little earlier. I had my son, so I just kind of like put him to bed. So now I can kind of like join in with you guys a little bit.
Perfect, man. Welcome.
Thanks.
So yeah, I mean, so this is the thing, like Steven, what we did yesterday, we did a software deployment. Today we're doing a lot of patch management stuff. So we deployed this whole solution about how patch management system works. Some of these solutions are known in the market, like Manage Engine, SCCM. These are kind of like known to a lot of people. So we just did this whole thing of a Monica machine right here getting patched by this server, and we can multiply this with 1,000 machines out there. But again, we did a scan on Monica machine, so I feel like this is such a brand new machine. It may not have found updates, but I feel that there's two things that can happen right now. Either this server don't have the latest patches right now, because we just downloaded the server, right? So it may not have gotten those patches yet. So if you were to doing a patch management system, what is the first thing you should be really worried about? You should be updating your server to the most current patches before it goes out and give you a real data about your clients. If your server is, let's say, 3 years old patches out there, how can you even patch your system and tell you, oh, we're missing a patches? It will never do that. So the first thing you should do is to come on the bottom right here on the left side. It says update now. And if you click on update now, you see, look at what it's doing. It's doing a vulnerability update check and everything like that. And you can click on update. Even though we did this like today, it should have picked something on our client. I was maybe in my mind, I thought maybe it will pick something, but I'm not sure if it totally finished the whole patch. So let's go ahead and go back to our system. And usually it's pretty quick. It was just like say, oh, these are the missing patches. So maybe we can add another machine. Oh, there you go. Look at that. Look on the right side. So what does it tell you guys now? Anybody? If I was to patch a Monica machine, what can this information give me right now? What data can this information in front of your screen give me right now?
It's telling you you have one patch.
Yeah, it's telling us that it's telling us it's not one patch. It's what?
It's missing one patch.
It's missing one patch. So for me to patch this machine, what can I do now?
Deploy the missing patch.
There you go. What's up, Sanju? How are you? So if I click on this right now, I can deploy this, but of course I'm not going to do this blindly. I mean, that's what I want to teach you guys. You don't do these kind of things like, just, oh, I like this. There's an option right there, deploy the patch, because you may mistakenly click on all and you may mistakenly deploy the patch to a Microsoft operating system, which may not work, but it's just going to give you more errors inside your machine, right? Of course, this patch is not going to work with Ubuntu, right? You're trying to deploy a patch on top of Linux machine, it's not going to work. So you gotta also look into these things. I know these systems are smart enough to catch these things, but of course you don't want to rely like that on any system where it's going to hit computers. Even if you hitting a computer like that on a network is still a bad thing. So the first thing you should do is to first see, okay, what is it missing? Okay, it's missing this. I got it. Then you have just like in my software deployment, I warn you about having a lab. Then you're going to have a lab. You're going to push this patch to a lab machine. And then the most critical thing about patch management system is what? You need to make sure when you install a patch, you restart the machine. If you don't restart the machine, you think that you got the job done, but as soon as you restart the machine, and if that patch has messed up things on your network, on your computer, that's where you got the boot errors right there, right? Because of your patch. Now, here's another tip for you too. You may also want to wait 24 hours. Why did I say that? One day, I deployed I think it was a Cisco Jabber. I deployed it to almost 320 machines out there. I deployed it to 320 machines out there inside. Oh, no, sorry, I did not deploy. That was another example. I deployed another machine and I messed it up. But now this time I deployed this and I was more, because I did a mistake, I fixed it. But now I'm like, I'm not going to spend that kind of hours again. So I deployed a Cisco Jabber to a machine. It says everything is perfect. And I restarted the machine. But I was like, here, I don't trust you. It's like, I don't trust this machine for some reason. There was a feeling out there. And honestly, this is not a joke. This is something that happened to me. So I left it for 24 hours. The day I came tomorrow and I was like, and I use this notepad to myself, right? I was like, my machine is up. And look, these are things I'm thinking about, right? Like my machine is up in the notepad. I came back in the morning. There was no notepad, nothing. My machine was on the login page. What happened there?
You restarted.
Yeah, and I logged in, of course. I logged in. It was a fresh profile. Like it's logged in fresh. Like I was like, what the hell? Where's my notepad gone? So I was thinking maybe people at nighttime, they do cleaning and everything. Maybe they hit the cable or something, right? So I was like, no, I tried it again. I tried again and I went to events. I saw that there was an error, the crash Windows error. right? So at nighttime, at some point, my machine would crash. And that was because what I deployed yesterday. So think about it. You may deploy something today and you may get impatient and you don't do all these testings. And then when you do the testing and you realize that next day you got all these calls are coming to you that our machines are restarted. I left my document and it's all gone now. All these kind of stuff, right? That is my kind of like an experience hint that I gave you now. That's what happened to me. That can happen to you, because again, we're dealing with the millions of codes out there. We're dealing with humans who make these codes, right? So you cannot. That's why I kind of stop in the middle, because this is a very critical area when you do installations on anything. So what we're gonna do right now, we're gonna basically click on install patch, and installing a patch is kind of like similar of how you're installing a software in this product, right? It tells you what, this is the patch that we are going to be installing, and look what it tells you. Reboot may require. It is what? It's approved. Because a lot of time when you're dealing with a WSUS or SCCM or any type of patch management system or deployment system, it gets approved too. So like I said, yeah, you got to do your own study on this, but of course they already know about this. They have built these features like that for you. So you approve it, you disapprove it, right? So most of the people that sitting there know about what I'm talking about. Like, it gets approved. It gets approved by some other people, maybe your second level or sysadmins, don't know, whoever works with it. So if you come on the bottom right here, you see the deployment status, deployment settings. Okay, where do you want to deploy this? Of course, it picked up what? It picked up a computer for us, and it picked up Monica for us. If I remove Monica from here and I just pick local office, what will happen again? Even though you say that I'm going to send it to Monica, but if you remove this filter right here, you're doing what? You're going out there and you're deploying this patch to the whole environment, because your local office is not just Monica, right? It has tons of other machines. So if you don't do that, then you will basically, you don't want to remove this thing, and you want to keep watching these what they're doing right here. So the next thing is saying, okay, if we fail one time, maybe Monica might shut her machine down. Maybe Monica has having some kind of Wi-Fi issue, VPN issue, whatever issue you have. So let this patch try this many times. If it fails, what we're going to do is we're going to deploy it immediately. So we're going to say, okay, go out there and deploy it immediately on that machine. So then when you come to this patch management system, most of these patches, SCCM, other type of patches, they give you a status of what's happening to that patch. If you look at it, the first thing it's doing is what? It is actually downloading the patch directly from the source. So if it's a Microsoft, it is going out to Microsoft, downloading it from the Microsoft. Does that make sense? Because they cannot make their own patches, by the way. I mean, if it's a Microsoft patch, they got to get the Microsoft patch, right? Or else they're going to get in trouble. They're like, people will start suing them. Microsoft will sue them first. So the first thing it has to do is it has to download it from there. But let's say, for example, if I come over here and if I click on this little system, like what is this? What is this patch about? If you come on there, look at this. They have a whole list of this, and like you can understand the whole thing by this, like by coming here, what it is, what does it do, all that kind of stuff. You can read about it. It's like a bulletin. That's what we call it. Like when we learn about patches in Microsoft, you have to go and like, what is it about? What does it do? What are they fixing? What will break? They may have solutions for that too. So you got to be aware of that. But look at the first patch ID. It's very important. If that patch failed by doing it that way, then what I like about this tool or any other tool that gives you a direct download links, then I can download it directly from these links right here. Look at this. Look at the link. Where is it going? What did I told you guys? Where does it have to go and download that link?
Microsoft.
So even if I feel like I cannot find these updates on Microsoft, then here's the thing. I want to give you another tip for you guys. Take a note of these links. Even if you're not using it, wouldn't it be worth to have that link with you? Now you can go to that links. Microsoft does give you all these links. HTTPS links to, you go in there and you find the updates directly like there. Because I know one of the things that you're going to come across in your IT career, sometimes people will say that, can we get that update from Microsoft? That specific ID number they're going to give you. And then you're going to have a hard time looking it online. And if you're brand new, then you may even download the update from a wrong place and you get yourself hacked, right? Of course, you got to use your security common sense learning too, right? And you have to make sure that you're on the Microsoft pages or the Microsoft area where you can download all this stuff. So that's another way you can download the patch if you want to deal with patching. But of course, that's not the deal of this video. I mean, we want to make sure that you know about all these systems that are doing this stuff, right? So we go out there, and if we go over here to the patch again, sorry, and we go to deployments, it is saying ready to execute. So this means that it's just waiting for that interval time between these two server and clients. So maybe if I wait a little bit long, maybe I'll just hit it before you when I do it, or maybe I restart my machine and we'll do it, and it says yet to apply. So maybe it is requiring a reboot, something, whatever it's doing right now, whatever the patches is requiring right now, it's basically doing that. Right now it's approved, it's just ready. So one thing it will do is automatically after some time it can do that. You can also come in here and apply configuration. Maybe it'll do it there. If it doesn't work that way, then what you do? You restart the machine and it'll start doing that. You know, remember that first option in the deployment settings was what? To kick in this at the startup level. So start kicking in at the startup level, okay? All right, there you go. Now again, when it comes to updates, there's some text out there. When it comes to updates, yes, it's a policies too, right? You don't push out updates immediately when it comes out from the Microsoft. That's just a common practice with a lot of technicians that we are sitting here. We don't just bring a patch, it just came today and deploy it tomorrow. We actually take our sweet time with it a little bit. But like I said, if it's like a vulnerability, Microsoft found out this big vulnerability, then it got to be done, right? And that something comes from the security guys too. You just can't hide from that. It got to be done. It's a lot to process. There you go. Yes, Sing. So this is why I tell people that our videos are all about skills. So I got to talk about a lot of skills and watch it 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. By the end of these videos, you know the skills of a level 2 and a junior sysadmin level. This is not something a level 1 just get a job and they will give them these kind of tools. And that's not going to happen immediately.
Dennis, I have a question. I've been messing around with PDQ, right? Yeah, PDQ, right? Yeah, that's what it's called. Mm-hmm. And the last couple of days, and when you package the thing up and it connects up to the client, what protocol is it using to push it from the server to the client? Like, is it doing like SMB because you're taking it from that share? Is that how that's actually pushing it to the actual client?
Yes, it's using all sharing ability. So all the protocols, like for example, if you come across, let's say, issues with PDQ, let's say, do we have I think right here. So let me show you something, Steven. This may answer your question. Whenever you have issues with the PDQ, they have this tool right here, right? So if you go here and you go to, where do we install PDQ, in program files, or was it keep forgetting it right now. So hold on, let me show you this tool right now. Admin Arsenal is, by the way, their name. It's not PDQ. Like PDQ, when they say their name, but their previous name was what? Admin Arsenal. Okay. So you see right here, Steven?
Okay.
I don't know, my pronunciation is a little different. But here you go. Go to PDQ right here. So they give you, there you go, remote repair. So this kind of, because I know it's kind of hard to tell a person about a product, what protocol it's using. They may be using a lot of protocols, but look at this. Visually, if you do this analyze right now, and I click on analyze and I say other computer, and I'm going to do, let's say, for example, Monica. And let's see, if they made this repair tool, they got to check certain things that they rely on for this product to work, right?
Okay.
So when this comes out with a result, it's going to go out there. It's going to look for specifically about sharing, and it's going to look for other things that it requires. And yes, it does a lot. Why does it rely on sharing and it has to approach the other machine? Is that it does put a small client on a machine and it removes it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you got to know that.
Okay.
Because it does go out there. It puts that little small piece on that software. It does its job, sorry, on that computer, and it will remove it. So that's why it's agentless, but it's not a Spiceworks type of agentless, where it goes out and use Nmap. You know Nmap, right?
Yeah. So I know with the SCCM, when I used to go look all the actual installs, there is a cache folder. You can actually go in there and look and see it actually was downloaded to the actual machine, like they actually cached it in there. So you could look at like, you know, Chrome or Adobe. You could look at it and you can see it's actually installed in that folder. And I'm like, huh. And I'm like, and if it failed, it would not go in that folder. Like you could see it, but that would be one folder I would always look into going, oh yeah, look at Adobe is there. So it must have been pushed out, and usually it was. You know, you could see what was cached. So and I guess if that's how SCCM does it with their little client, not really sure.
Ivanti does the same thing too. It creates a miniature folder, and then you'll see it in Ivanti. Same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So in this method right here, if you look at the PDQ, the reason I like PDQ in that way is that it can do two methods, right? Remember when you go to the PDQ and you create that package, you can say what? You can say you can do the / path, or you can just directly pick a file. So that when you pick the directly file, it has a deployment methods. If you ever looked at it closely, there says, how do you want to deploy this? Do you want to deploy it as a local user? Do you want to deploy it as a domain user? So there's a method. So it uses different versions. So you can go into PDQ, they have explained it a little bit better. So it depends on which type of environment you're in. So if your local environment network is fast enough, so a lot of people don't care about using a share, right? Because you have a pretty fast local networking going on, right? But if your local switches are slow, they're not using a gigabit speeds and they're using 100 Mbps. And of course, that's something, that local area connections are going to be less slower, right? Because they're connected through a slow switches. So then, of course, then you need to use certain things. Like, for example, I was deploying a Office 365 to, let's say, about 1,000 machines out there. Now, that wouldn't make sense to me to just I do a copy to all the machines in one shot right there. That's going to be crazy, right? So then, of course, you got to look at your network and timings. But if you look at it, back to your question, what are they using? Look at this. How many things are this? They are using what? Look at this.
Interprocess communication.
They're using admin access. They're using what? RPC.
Remote
and that's
call.
So if you what I talked about in the beginning, that a lot of people may say, hey, how is the manage engine working? And how is SCCM working? How is it? Most of these products uses one of these type of services, RPC, WMI, right? These are very common ones, right? Because when you get to gathering information from machines at the inventory level, you want to gather more information. You heavily rely on WMI and RPC type of things. Okay. So then you need to come over here. Like, for example, you say, okay, why is it not working? My PDQ is not working. You got to fix these issues first. Does it make sense?
Yes. Now I understand. Now I can study up on that a little bit more and understand. Yeah, that's how they push this.
So of course, after that, you gotta. The best thing is, of course, go to their documentation and say, what protocols are you guys using? I'm sure there are more ports related stuff too. Then,
right?
And then you'll start opening it up, just like Spiceworks. Spiceworks heavily rely on PCAPs and Nmapping and stuff like that, right? It's more of a SNMP type of product, right? It goes out, it goes scans the products. So when you go into Spiceworks, you got to do a lot of study on ports. Then, when you go to these type of products, then you got to study a lot on services. But I'm sure when you go to their channels, they may have even more stuff that I might not know, right? So, yeah. But I like this tool because it's visually telling you that this is where we're having issue. And I usually, what I do, Steven and CavTech, I grab this tool, I copy it and put it on my USB because I think this is a great troubleshooting tool.
Okay.
Right? If you want to know, hey, what's the other remote access? Is all these things enabled on other remote machines? Yeah, that's what it's doing basically.
Oh, so that can actually go from machine,
Yeah, it's portable.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Interesting.
So that's why I like it. Unless it changed, I don't know. But
yeah,
it is definitely, that's what I use in the past. And I kind of like it's That's how I learn my skills. Like I look into the products, and if they have something portable, I just grab it from them.
Yeah. Okay.
I do that with Hiron.
Hiron, yeah, I mean, actually, remember that this laptop, I did Hiron to reset the password, and my brother was so happy because he locked his laptop out, and he did it, and he was screaming on the phone. I'm like, dude, there's nothing crazy about this, and he was like so happy that he's not in IT, right? He's in the army, and he's like, man, first time I did something so technical. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
You know, and also thing too with I don't know if you brought this up since I was upstairs with my son, but when you deploy the patches, the updates and stuff like that to the applications or the actual clients, you know, out there, if you take a look at the actual patches and you take a look at what they're deploying, they're always a month behind. So if it's April, they're actually deploying April's patches. And then when May's done, they'll like deploy May's in June. So they're always a month behind because they want to test these things to make sure that they don't crash the network. I mean, I don't know if you brought that up or not, but that's just, I think, a common practice.
Yep.
Which is good because you look at it like, wait a minute, this is like a month old, like a month behind. But it's for the reason is that they don't push them out right away and bring down the whole entire network. Then you're like, oh my God, we're dead.
Yep.
So it's always a month behind. So just keep that in mind. You know.
Yeah. And we talk that kind of, and that's why our video gets longer, Stephen, when we talk about these things that are very important. A lot of people, you know, like I said, I could have shown Manage Engine and Patch Management in 10 minutes, right? All this deployment and everything. But what's the point then? What's the point when I cannot talk about the skills, right? These are the most people are listening to me. That's what Stephen is talking about, is the critical areas right there. That's what, there's a delay in our skills. There's a delay in everything that we do. And that comes with that, you know, thinking that you got to be very patient. And that's, I'd say, is a very critical area for a career, basically. Because we got to do all these things and we have to wait. We have to wait on other people. We have to go for policies. We have to be in an environment where we rely on other people to tell us do things and all that kind of stuff. So it's not just showing you about product over here. Product has nothing to do with what we are doing right here. It just shows you, okay, we can do these things to make your life easy, but it's more than that.
You be surprised, Danish. I had a company come to me, and they were trying to sell me the product and tell me why the product is good and why the product is worth having, blah blah blah, and how it's gonna be good in our environment, blah blah blah. And then when I start asking them these other questions, like for example, like what vulnerabilities does it open up when you install it on your computer, or what other issues am I gonna come across when I install this on my computer, or is there like it's a software? I'm like, is there a backup of this? Is there like fault tolerance or vulnerabilities or anything I should be aware of before I install this on this computer? You know, I start asking him these questions, and that product does not become the next great thing anymore. Basically, that's what happens. Just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, the good thing about this is that having the ability to have you guys in this thing is just the way you guys are giving examples makes perfect sense when we do these long trainings, because that's where it has the value. Like where a lot of people are, okay, yeah, they're using something different, but almost everything that we're talking right now, we're like in sync right now, right? We're like, we say something and we're all like, okay, yeah, exactly, that's what it is. But for new people to understand all this stuff, right? It's like, imagine we put ourselves in their shoes right now. Nobody can see that the things that we're seeing right now, right? This is like certain things that we are talking and we're like, yeah, we're agreeing with each other, but because we have seen this stuff, right? But for someone who's brand new, they're most likely going to be like, okay, I see what they're talking about. I don't know. Okay. So if you look at this right here, we did that deployment that went through. This may be a second missing piece right here, a second missing patch right there. So if I move this to the right side, come on, and you can see it's still missing one patch. But if I look on the top right there, in your company, you're gonna have security guys kind of like coming to this vulnerability areas, and they're gonna say, oh, we got one vulnerable machine right here, guys. Can you guys look at it? I just hate how the virtual machines don't show the whole thing here. I'll make it this way. So of course, They're going to come over here and then say, okay, this is a vulnerable machine. But of course, it has the ability to make a remarks on these type of machines. So if you ever work in a security, what happens in security, a security folks don't just mark a machine vulnerable. This means if they're missing something, that doesn't mean it's vulnerable enough. They have these marks right there. They say, okay, if it's missing too critical or this critical patch that hits username and passwords, or somebody can get into break these machines, they make these kind of rules on their, that's what security people do. Of course, imagine if every system, every missing patch was considered as vulnerable. How many times the security person will call a help desk? Hey, today we got a vulnerable patch. Can you patch the machines? Right? You're gonna be like, what the hell are you talking about? Right, CavTech?
No, I'm laughing because I have that issue right now. I have 150 machines I have that issue right now in my current job, and they made me in charge of that. So I have to manually go to each machine and basically update it or run something on it in order for it to actually get out of vulnerability.
Yeah, and the thing is that's that this becomes a battle of different departments too, like a security versus help desk was a sysadmins and everything. But that's why managers make these rules or policies out there. If the machine's at this level, that level, don't just put if there's a one security issue that just came out and it's not a critical issue, then don't just call help desk. Hey, you gotta update all that 300 machines right there now. That doesn't work that way. People leave their jobs. You don't want to make their jobs hard enough. So that's where, yes, you're gonna at some point get a call that, okay, we got too many vulnerabilities. And that's why you got what? You got pen testers out there. You pay other companies to come and pen test your companies, right? And they pen test your company, and then they tell you, oh, because of that machine, we got in. Because of that server, we got in, right? So then they'll give you this whole huge list of fixes. And that's how you do your work as a help desk too. Imagine, you think about it. You always think about, I'm going to get calls as a help desk, as a password resets, this and this and this. But sometimes you get this huge list of fixes from other teams to do your work. Does that make sense? Not every company may come across this stuff, but some companies do, right? That's why they pay pen testing companies, right? $10,000, just in one shot right there. They give that's where the hackers, like they are ethical hackers. They hack into your system. And then they tell your managers that because of those systems, that's 5 desktops, they were running, let's say, FTP, unsecure server, or maybe they were running a WordPress on their machines, right? Which is not allowed. Some of the things are not allowed. They were maybe using a Dropbox or something like that. Somehow they got in. So some of the skills, also think about that. Because of patch management system, this is covered. Because of these type of applications, it makes your job easy. So tomorrow you don't have to do something manual like that, right? So again, these are the benefits and overall pictures of if you come over here. Of course, that's how you patch systems and everything like that. But again, like I said, it's more than that. It detects third-party patches too, like third-party applications. So if let's say you have Zoom installed, so this can go out and say that your Zoom is out of date. Can we patch the Zoom for you? So you see how you're not relying on just a Windows patching one. This is not a Windows patching system. Most of the people may think that this is just Windows. No, it's not. It's Zoom. It's everything. Every single thing. It's just going to hit out there. Now there is actually an option in here, and I'm kind of forgetting it. I'm not sure. Maybe I can find it over here. Hold on. There's actually an option here that you can see everything in here like as a list. Maybe it's in a software deployment. Let me go to the software deployment. There's an actual packages that they give you, like this is how, oh, there you go. Look at this. How many packages do they have right now? 7,599. So this company has been in business for a long, long time to create a packages like that. If it's that many packages, you know that they've been in business for a long time. Why is that? Because they have been through all this stuff, all these different type of packages, and they have created all these packages for you. So for example, let's say Sajib or CavTech is like, okay, we need to install Zoom on all of these machines from here. So what would you do? You're just gonna come over here and you're gonna search, and then, okay, let's find Zoom. Do they have Zoom? There you go. Boom. Look at that. In just one click, search, you got the Zoom package all ready for you. You don't need to do anything. Again, in PDQ, we have to create all those packages too, right? Here, you can just click on it and create a package. So if, let's say, for example, I want to install this package, then I can actually create this package right now. I'm just going to click on it, create a package. So the rest of the things, like, for example, MSI/MSI, silent switches, and all that kind of stuff. Remember, I had to go out before, right, to find that stuff. Here, you don't need to go out. So another thing that it gives you right here is, look at this right here. Automatically update Zoom in what? Now, this is another area about software deployment and patching, when you allow user to install Zoom on their profile without admin access. So if I were to give people access to Zoom, then what would I do? I would allow this in our what? First of all, I need to download this package. I need to put it in my system, right? So I'm gonna create this package right here. I'm gonna click on create, and I'm gonna say automatically update Zoom in blah, blah, blah. I'm just gonna click package, create a package. So what I just did, and on top of these packages right here, look at this. I just created this package with Zoom. It may take a second. Yeah, it's taking a second right now.
Okay, so when you do that, you're downloading the package. So it's downloading to the server.
Yes.
In your shared folder.
Yes, that's exactly what's happening.
All right. I'm just trying to catch up.
When you basically, I think I didn't go through a certain things that may not work properly, but Stephen, we didn't added actually a path for a deployment, I believe, right now.
Okay.
So, but we did, just if you missed it, you can go back, but we did, yeah. There was an option to grab packages directly from internet, or there was an option to use a proxy, because we don't have a proxy. So
I seen that part.
Okay.
I seen that. Yeah.
So that should be okay.
I'm just wondering if the packages were being downloaded to the physical server, and then that's when it sees it from there afterwards to got you deploy.
So right now I'm seeing that. So this means we haven't configured. Yeah, there you go. It tells us right there. I mean, why am I missing this? Right here, look at this. Software repository not yet configured. Configure a network share. Do you see that? So if I click on it, let's say we just pick the normal generic pathway, and this is where I talked about how when you're doing this in a production environment, you never want to put everything in C drive. You would never want to put anything in C drive anyway, right? That's your operating system. So if I click on save right now, so there you go. We successfully added that right now. If I go back to packages again, actually I'm going to go to the software repository right here first. Just want to make sure that, yeah, it picked up that one. So no problem with that. And then we're going to go back to packages. And I still don't see it, but on the top, I'm getting all these messages. This is also something we don't care about. So of course we need to go back now, and we need to go back to the software. I always get confused with this software sometimes. Like, I'm trying to find out that template again. So maybe if you're confused like me, you just click on the top bar right there. You see there? And that's going to take me back to that main area where there's 7,000 packages right here. You see this, Stephen?
Yeah.
So now if I click on Zoom again, now for more of like, you can change the design of this software, like how it's impacted, because sometimes, let's say, what if somebody goes out there and Stephen mistakenly click on this all application and then start downloading the packages? That's going to kill the whole server, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes if you do that, you can go to the settings and change all these settings to just let it do the template. Because every time when you do deployments, that's where you saw that how it went out to the internet, downloaded at that time, and then deployed it. So it kind of saves you from that kind of errors, you know. But if you see I create a package now, it's taking a little second now because it's going back and saying, okay, I found that path because you didn't put my pathway before, and it's gonna take a second for it to create that package. So unless we are missing a prompt or anything here, we don't miss it. So we're just gonna wait for it. You see, like, look at this right here. It just answers your question right there. You see this?
Okay, yeah. All right.
Preparing to download and adding a switcher. So the reason I like this manage engine, and I'll show you why I really like this not for a purpose of using this software. It gives you a lot to learn, specifically when you don't know about switches, right? Or how to use, because they have 7,000 packages out there. So most likely I'm going to come across a software they already have. So I'm talking FileZilla, I'm talking about Zoom, I'm talking about this, I'm talking about Office 365, uninstallation too. And then one of the biggest problems with uninstalling applications is when it comes to what? To getting the string of uninstallation, the switches of uninstall. It's very hard to find. If it doesn't have it, it doesn't have it. Then, but these type of softwares, if they have done that work in their systems, that means they have already given you all that strings and silent switches and everything. You can grab that, put it in the PDQ, and it works. So I use kind of like two products together to do my job if I get stuck somewhere that I feel like, oh, I don't know too much about it. Because my thing is, my learning is a little different from, it depends on what kind of access do you have to. Like my job is probably in a way that I'm more of a, at this point, more of a solution type of person, right? I don't go into that detail for some of the things. I'll say, oh, I suggest you this solution, so you should get it, but you should also do a demo. You want me to do a demo for you, so I'll do a company stuff and kind of get them involved, you know? So of course, I'm not going to go in that kind of detail with companies. You know, I'm spending like another 50 hours just to teach them, right? So that's for them to kind of like use the documentation and everything. But you can cancel this, and of course we can come back to the packages and see if our package is there. If not there, then we're probably missing still. I mean, I'm still doing downloading right now, so we'll have to wait. It shouldn't take that long, by the way. It shouldn't take that long. We're probably missing something.
I think you should call help desk.
CavTech.
Call help desk. They'll help you.
I need a level 1 support, guys.
He's gonna make you restart your computer.
No, I don't think so. All right. We can give it another shot, but I feel like I'm just getting impatient sometime, and I'll probably make 2 packages, or it'll tell me, yeah, calm down. The first thing I should have actually looked at it. Am I even installing the same package for Windows or Mac? You know. God, it's not taking even the click. Well, should give me something. You know, maybe I don't know if this is a browser issue or what. Anyways, I mean, you guys get the point, right? Yeah, I get the point, right?
This is why it's free.
No, the product is actually a pretty enterprise level product, but I don't know if this is my machine issue, or am I not getting a specific thing, or I need you to just wait for it, because I never came across of this is going to go to another step, I believe, to my knowledge. I've been there so many times, but this goes to a different step. I don't know why.
You want to try another web browser?
That's a good idea. And that's how you troubleshoot, guys. You just go to a different web browser and just see the behavior, right? Oh, did something happen? No.
You gotta remember, half our life in IT is just waiting.
That's what it is.
Is wait. We work half our life and we wait half our life in IT. That's all it is. You wait. You can only go as fast as what the computer can go when with the network is. You're at the mercy of that until it's done. Other than that, you sit around and going, yeah, this is great. Yeah, wonderful.
I mean, if it was that easy, if everything was that smooth, I'm sure people wouldn't hire us then.
Exactly.
I don't think so. People will never hire me or CavTech for their solution if it was that easy. I was just like, okay, we got a solution right here. What should we pay you guys for this stuff? You know, it doesn't make sense, right? So again, some of the things that I'm doing, I'm sure a better, technical people can do it way better than me. But like I said, I'm the most lazy and most laziest IT professional in my area. They consider me extremely lazy. So I do everything very like click, click, click. Pisses the hell out of everybody, you know. All right, so let's try this. We're gonna click on this and create it. Look, if this is not working, oh, look at this. Look at the top right there. So did CavTech solve our issue? There you go. So look what happened. Exactly. I mean, this is how you troubleshoot, guys. There's an issue going on with the browser. This could be my machine issue. This could be my VMware issue. There could be many different type of crap issues. But to quickly fix the issue, first you just go to a different browser in the browser level. Right? Just try on a different browser. Most of the time it fixes like that. So I'm going to go to packages now. And if you go to the packages now, you see we got Zoom right there. And I can just click on it. And of course, after that, I can add more packages to it. I can install the software. I can click over here and I can install it on the computer level. I can install it at the user level. I can do all of these type of different things. But it's just gonna, after this is the same process of installing a, like a missing patch that we just did. It just goes back to same type of information. See how it says my configuration 2 now, because what was our first time when we deploy? It was my configuration 1. So it even gives you the names out there. So just in case, if you have to go back in the history and you say that, oh, I did some deployment for those 300 computers, can I do that again? You can actually come back and actually open your configuration, and without wasting your time, you can do it. I can come back over here and pick, remember I talked about, I can pick a specific computers by filtering it out, but if I want to pick every single machine in this environment, I can just pick local machine, local office. And if Zoom has to be deployed to all these machines, what do? I just click on deploy immediately, or I can make a schedule if I want to. Most of these tools does come with that kind of ability, scheduling and everything. And now again, the same process that I showed you, it's happening again. Ready to execute mean it doesn't need to download it again, by the way. You see it's the first time it downloaded. And there you go. You got the execution going on right now. And probably it's going to take another few more seconds. And there, look at this right here. Processing configuration. It even got the message on the client right here. So we could also come and say that don't show this message from an admin area, because sometimes people don't want to do that. You can do all these kind of crazy things and, you know, hide stuff like that. And then, of course, if we refresh our server, sometimes it will refresh on its own. If you don't want to wait, you can refresh. And then it will say, okay, where am I? Where is this? Is this executing? It's still yet to apply, ready to execute. So still doing that. So look on the left side, what happened? Zoom. So our procedure worked fully. And of course, that's how you do it in most of the companies right there. Now, what is the difference between this and a deployment? Now, I will never do a deployment from scratch for Zoom again, for these 300 machines, because Zoom is already there now, and my patch management system is now looking for what? New version of Zoom. So every time it scans all of these 300 machines, with one click, I can have installed all of the computer right there without me doing any deployments, by the way. I'm not doing any deployment from scratch. So this is where I want you to come, right? I want you to start from a basic deployment where it doesn't give you the ability to be more proactive for future. So how did I make it more proactive for myself? I went for what? I went for a system that does patching. So now turn that into SCCM, turn that into Avanti, whatever different type of applications you guys are using, the level of the skill is the same. They may have a hard processes or easy processes. It doesn't matter. The skill is that you deployed it to the machines silently. Does that make sense to Stephen? Does it make sense to what I'm saying to new people? Or maybe you want to add something to it?
No, that makes sense.
Right?
You're doing a great job. Keep going.
You guys don't want to give me a break. I see that. Okay. So there you go. If I refresh this, and I think it's going to give me a green kind of like a mess. There you go. It's telling me that it's executed now. And of course, when it comes to patch management system, what you just did, you have reporting going on. So if you go to the home page, you will see everything on your home page. You can run a report on these machines. You see right there how many executed deployments you have. If you have like 2 right there. And of course, you can run the vulnerability scan again, and it gives you all that reporting right there. Right? Let me see if everything, okay. So now if you see on the right side, I said that, okay, of course, when it comes to patch management system, I said that patch management system becomes a small piece in most of these applications now. But if you look at this application, it gives you an inventory system because you connected that client, all the inventory stuff. So you can click on inventory. You got to start with all, like I said, software deployment inventory and patch management system, vulnerability stuff, remote troubleshooting. Today in this world, it's becoming, products are becoming all in one now. Because we have learned this from our past experience that we always rely on these type of products. And in the past, we always bought these products differently from other people. One company made one company made another thing. Log me in was one company. Troubleshooting, we use another company. For this, we use another company, right? So companies are like, why are we doing this? Why don't we make just one product and get everything together, right? So, of course, not every feature will be the best feature of that product. So if it doesn't work, that feature is not good, then you go for different products. And you have multiple products in the company. And that's why at the end, they hire you as a technical person. And specifically, they hire you as a sysadmin because you're doing what? You're managing those systems now. Since they went for so many different systems, somebody got to manage it. Does that make sense where the sysadmin comes into play? Sysadmin is not just doing server installation these days. Show me one job, maybe a few specific jobs. But if somebody hire you for a company that you have 300 users, and then they're going to pay you, let's say, $90,000. They're not hiring you to go and install a 2019 server on a virtual box because you are a sysadmin. It doesn't work that way. They hired you, they're paying you $90,000 because you gotta invest your time now into learn their systems. That's exactly what systems administrators are doing these days. My job is not just working on servers, even though people think sysadmin is like some kind of Microsoft person. No, my job is I go to the company and whatever system they are using, now because of my knowledge, I gotta learn all these type of things on the fly and start managing these systems. Now, in most likely 90% of the time, these are already paid tools. So they already got, they got covered by their technical people. So if I have issues with managed engines, I'm not coming here and coding them to fix it. As a system administrator, I call a company, they bring their engineers and they work with in my area because they're gonna rely on my Active Directory access and all that kind of stuff. So you see where a sysadmin jobs gets to start, like, you understand where I'm going, right? That's where most of the systems administrator jobs are. But of course, people will hire you just specifically for, if it's a very large company and they're managing, let's say 10,000 Windows servers. Yeah, they will hire you for just for servers then, because that's such a big area that they have a big team and they don't want to be hiring one person doing everything. But how many nonprofits are out there? How many corporations out there? There are just 20 people, 50 people, 100 people, 200 people, 300 people. How many are out there? And they're paying the same amount of money, 90,000, 100,000, 120 for this specific stuff. Does it make sense how you start from very basics to understand the business level applications? And then you may start thinking, wow, that's why when you go to these descriptions and they're putting names about these products, right? Managed Engines, Spiceworks, Solaris Winds. You all know about Solaris Winds, right? We know about Solaris Winds. What about that? The Netflix. Why are we putting this in the description, by the way? The reason for that is that they don't want to shock you. They don't want to shock you when you go to the interview and then you land a job and you're like, hey, I'm CSA and I never touched Netflix or Solaris and I'm CSA. What the hell is that? Right? So then you're going to be in a conflict with them, right? So they already tell you, okay, system administrator is not like that. We're going to hire you for that stuff. Yeah, you got all these skills right now, but you got to know all these stuff too. And you have to then accept that reality and start learning. On the job, you're going to start learning, right? So with this, basically what I wanted to show you, and okay, now the other thing that I wanted to show, and that's not going to take another 1 hour because what I wanted to show about patch management is I think I already gave a pretty good idea now what it can do, unless somebody still didn't get it. If you still didn't get it, then go and invest $1,000 in my training. I'm sure I'll sit with you like for another 5 hours. Trust me.
I don't get it.
You're coming and taking my training.
Me neither.
Okay, so of course, my suggestion to a lot of you will be to come and play around with this because then of course they give you all these other tools. You can go and remote into other machines. Like I said, you can chat, announce system tools, troubleshooting, all that kind of stuff. So that seems like I'm doing their product. I'm selling their product. If managing is listening to me, if you guys did not pay me $500, I'm taking this video down. I'm telling you guys that.
Yeah, I think the more like scary part is that it actually worked in Internet Explorer and not in Firefox. I think you should be more worried about that, about this product.
No. The thing about this is like if you go and search on Indeed and just type manage engine, you're gonna find out there are people using it. There's a lot of people who are using manage engine. It's a company basically, so they have a lot of.
Never gonna die.
Yeah.
Never gonna die. These companies never want to move forward.
Oh yeah.
Never want to move forward. That's the problem out there.
I don't know if this is the issue with this package or maybe this. Let's see. We're do this right now. Create a package.
Trying to prove it wrong.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
I'm gonna shock Danish right now. Give me a second.
Now look at this. Look at this. It's working because I use a different method, right? Okay, we'll forget that. Forget about this stuff now. So here's the thing. Another thing I wanted to actually show is a lot of people in deployments, because that was the third thing. Remember we talked about in the first video that they have what? They have a self-service portals, right? So if you go to a software deployment right now, we click on it and look at this right here. If we come over here, there's self-service portal settings right here, right? So this is another very powerful features for a lot of companies. They do that. Right? They don't want to be user calling you all the time. So maybe they just give you the ability to install it. So they'll say, okay, you can do this publish. No, not publish here. There's actually a settings for self-service here, self-service portal right here. You can click on the top one. And you see right here, Kevtech, you should see that. You should show that that screen to a lot of people right now. Oh, that's Windows XP. No way.
Yeah, the throwback. The throwback. There we go.
Oh, no, that's a background. There you go. So, okay, you can come over here and you can add some packages to, like, say, computer level or user level. And then you can pick those packages, whatever you just installed. So let's say, for example, we want to talk about Zoom. So you can drag and drop Zoom right here. Wait, what the hell? Why is the drag and drop not working? Again, we're on what's Firefox? Here, let me make this. I don't know this is my screen, or is it like something to do with this? There you go. It's the screen that I'm using is pretty messed up because I gotta go back a little bit full screen and then it works. So there you go. We're gonna do the drag and drop. You publish the application or enter the target name. We're gonna put the target name. I think I already have all computers or local. Do we do local or all group? Let's do all group. Okay. So most likely after, like, when it gets upgraded, the status is updated, you right click on here and you go to this self-service portal. And then, of course, users can open a portal on their machines, and it will just open a portal for them. And then whatever application that you have approved for the company, you don't need to do any deployments or patches if you think that you're going to let them install some of the products that they're going to start calling you tomorrow, maybe, and you don't want to rely on that installations or restarting a machine and stuff like that. Then, of course, look what happened here. We just allowed Zoom to be installed from the portal, right? So that they can come over here, you give them ability to click on here and basically install the application right from that portal. So I can click on install, and I can also, as a user, uninstall it. So this means a user don't need a username and password, by the way. Does that make sense? They're not going to call you, because if you put something on a self-service portal, that doesn't make sense that you're going to make them call you again now, right? Because you already say that's self-service.
Given the user ability to install and uninstall an application on their PC nowadays could be pretty like brutal. I mean, that's
nowadays, yeah,
pretty daring to give that little service out to make it. You don't see that a lot in corporations where you can uninstall on something now without a admin credentials, because people don't know what the heck they're uninstalling. They could be uninstalling something that they don't know.
And this type of solution, like I would say, is an old school solution. If you remember back in the days, it was something pretty cool. a lot of people have started doing that. Then they realize that, oh crap, we're giving them a lot of powers and they're messing up with all these installations, right? So certain things are kind of like old schools in most of these products, right? And if you look at it, it's not just old schools. It could be one company, they may have a requirement like this. This may be something that a user may need it.
Did they used to do that through remember in the add remove programs where you can say publish from the network? Is that basically like the old school way? Remember that when they had that option there on the side?
I think they did have that, but I think SCCM also had. I don't know if they still have it. I never use SCCM anymore.
I mean, it's still available, but I don't think
it's-
companies use that anymore.
Yeah, no. Many companies are not using it. Like I
Unless
said,
that's just from like the WUS server, you know.
Like I said, most of the companies rely on these days patch management systems, right? Like I said, it's a combination. So you already put an application there, you got a whole control out of it. You see that, okay, that application is even vulnerable because patch management is doing that job for you, right? So a lot of companies are kind of going to that. So I don't know who just joined in. Okay. So if you look at it, okay, this is done right here. We got the first solution that we wanted to implement right here. We have done that. This whole lecture, the amount of time that we spent was what? We just successfully implemented a solution. Steve, I don't know if you saw this image. This was in the beginning. We actually installed a server inside the company, which is right here. This is the patch management server, and it's internally inside the company right now, right? And you have to then, of course, go and do a lot of it and everything. And we were able to manage Monica. Now I go to work. I can manage these machines with no problem by implementing a solution like that. I can VPN into my machine from home, and I can manage all the machines with no problem. This means I have ability to do all that stuff. So this company would be in a good hands if they have a solution like that. I mean, in terms of making my calls down or helping my help desk people, I think they're going to be in good shape. The help desk is going to be more focused now on other things that are going to be more critical to them. That's it. That's how you call it a proactive solutions in the companies. Now, like I say, not every company go for solutions like this, but I'm sure every company have some solutions to not make their help desk quit their jobs. That's what it is, right? And some companies and some help desk people that come to us, and then what are they saying to us? Sajib is a perfect example. Sajib, are you still there? Maybe he's sleeping right now because it went too long.
Yeah, I'm not sleeping.
Okay. So Sajib is actually working in a government level job right now. He's actually a technician, right?
Yes.
But what Sajib was telling us that there are certain things that I can't do. I'm stuck. I cannot even move forward. Right, Sajib? Is that not what you're seeing today? I don't think you do these things, right?
No, we don't. We don't use Active Directory in our system.
But why did you want to take this training?
Because I want to, in the future, I want to become a sysadmin. So, and in able to do that, I need to learn all this.
But you see that in your work environment, you don't have that ability to just move out from your skill zone and just kind of like try some other things, right? That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
You get things prepared for you. So a lot of people that come to us are in this stage too. We got a brand new people who want to learn technology, but we got a lot of people who are stuck in technology right now for many, many years. And then the reason for them to go, that doesn't mean that they're going to go and implement this at their job level. They may not be able to do that. Trust me, people may take this negative, and you may start creating this negative, like kind of thinking around your managers and other people, because they were never used to this kind of stuff, right? In our normal IT way, that why is the level one help desk who's new person or maybe spends 6 months trying to implement these solutions where we don't want that, right? So if you're getting stuck in that kind of area, then like I said, you got two options. You either wait and see if they're going to give you opportunities to grow. If they don't give you ability to grow, I can tell you 90% of the time, you will not learn anything new from your job. I'll tell you right now. I mean, I manage 45,000 people right now. You're not going to learn anything from that job. Why? Because the people are not positive around you. They don't want you to learn more. And that's exactly what happened to one of the person who was Faze. And when he called me, and he was in the company for almost about, I think he said about 5 or 6 years. And he said that he could not learn anything new. They will not give him an opportunity to learn something new. So you will come across people like that in IT. That's very common. Whether people tell you that this is a security issue, you're too young or too not, you're not ready for this kind of stuff and everything like that. I can agree with them at certain level when people are brand new, but I do not agree with them when a person spent 5 years in the same position and they don't let them move up. That is just totally why we are here. And we're telling people that, okay, if you're not going to get an opportunity in that positions and you spend 5 years, what makes you think that they're going to give you more opportunity by going out there and say, hey, I got this certification, I got this certification? They're not giving the opportunity. What should you do? Move out. IT is too open for you. And the people, if you're thinking that you want to make more money in IT and you want to enjoy your career too, the only way you can make big money is when you switch the jobs. Unless another company gives you a huge raise. I would be shocked if somebody come to me and say in the same company, it happens in a lot of companies, but very small that they say, I was doing a help desk and then I started level 2 and they gave me a $20,000 more raise. Steven, tell me if that's true.
Hell no. Maybe about $1 or $2 more an hour and say, okay, get up there and to start hitting it, especially around like the Pennsylvania area. I mean, like I said, level 2, you're going to make about between 20 and 25. You make more than that. Maybe you're going to get in with some smaller company that you might do more things, but level 2, desktop support is, and make money, but around Pennsylvania, I don't know exactly where you lived in, but that's about what the going rate is. I mean, and of course in New York, Kevin has, he has it by the balls there because New York will pay the money. Those guys, but then again, yeah, cost of living is a lot more out there for him.
Exactly. But
it's about the cost of living, it is what it is. Sometimes.
And it's also like what specific, who is hiring you? What kind of title you have in that company? It's very depending on the company, right? Even in Maryland, I have members who have landed with $35,000, right? Just 35. And I have a member who started help desk level 1, $65,000.
What? How the heck? That's pretty good. Holy cow.
Now listen to me.
And Kev's saying, what the hell's going on here?
Well, no, not really. I'm not surprised. It happens sometimes.
It happens. There you go. I mean, the thing is like I said, it's up to the company and where you apply to. It's very much. And I mean, look at what Kev is. His job is very different. Like I said, what Kev is doing is not a it's not a common job in this area.
It's a pretty cool job.
Right. So you're working with CEOs all the time and directors and this kind of stuff, like high level people. I mean, of course they're gonna pay you a lot more, right? Because they don't want someone who's at very basic level.
But the thing is this. Never hurts.
But the thing is this. What I wanted to say to what other people is the only way you can move up in IT and learn a lot of different things. If you get stuck in the company, you're not learning anything. You're in one infrastructure, whatever design they're using, whatever technologies they're using, you're only stuck there. And I'll say that this is also for the people who are making good money. What if that company goes today out? Let's say they're out of the business. Then you know that you are also not compare your skills with another MSP out there, and you'll quickly find out your skills level right there. You're going to be nowhere near. I'm talking about, when I say you, I'm talking about myself. I'm going to be nowhere near to an MSP sysadmin who is dealing with 6 infrastructures while I'm dealing with 1 infrastructure. It's a common sense, right?
Yeah, you still got to find those jobs that are very specific like that. I mean, it's so hard. I mean, when you go work for an insurance company, a healthcare company, they have their network already in place. You walk in, you got to learn what they learn. So everything has been in place for years and years and years and years and years and years. Unless it's some new, fresh company, like a startup company that are really into doing a lot of crazy things, and they bring you in and then say, okay, here it is, go. I want you to start building this, learn all you can. We have some guys here in place, learn off of them, go out and explore new technologies. But that's really far. I have not found yet, especially around the Pennsylvania area here, they don't, a lot of businesses are entrenched, so it may be more open out where you live. you know, where Kev lives.
Yeah, like DMV area, we call it DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia. It's a kind of like a really nice area for IT jobs. There's a lot of jobs in this area, especially in New York too. But DMV is three big states that are pretty good in technology. There are a lot of headquarters in these areas. So that's why I say that some people land at 35, some people land at 65 here normally. No problem. That's for I'm talking about just first job.
But then where you live though, the cost of living is a little more expensive out there.
I agree, 100%. That's what it is.
I mean,
that's what it is. Yep.
To buy a home is probably like $400,000.
You either gotta choose that you want to live in a downtown in the DC with near White House, or you want to choose you want to live in the other area or like 1 hour away. Yeah, that's gonna be the.
I mean, the medium home around Pennsylvania here, you could buy a nice single home for like $235,000.
Oh, not here.
And of course, yours is probably like $400,000.
A townhouse
like $600,000.
A townhouse.
So it's crazy.
A townhouse over here is like $400,000 if you have to go live in a nice area in Maryland.
Holy cow!
Yeah,
wow.
I'm not joking.
the rent here is $2,000.
Holy crap!
So,
yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, I own a townhouse. I know how much it rents.
That is nuts.
We are paying $2,400 for 2-bedroom apartment.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Eddie saying my house is $1 million. Let's go everybody to his house.
I can believe it. Well, he dates all those freaking supermodels now, all those big time celebrities. So he's in, man. He's in.
Oh man. Okay. So with this, basically like I'm kind of like done by here, but I wanted to show one other example. I'm not going to do any deployments over here, but I wanted to show you another example of how another method of patch management also is very much in demand these days. So you know about Azure and AWS and all that kind of stuff too. Like, Microsoft have Intune on Azure now, right? So you can do the same kind of process, application deployment, patches and everything from the cloud. So you don't have to go for any product if you are using that. But of course, that comes be a cost issues too. So if I show you my new page right here, again, with this new product that I'm going to show, a lot of MSPs use this type of products, which is kind of like a cloud-based patch management systems. So you have clients. This is one client, another client, another client. They may have 300 machines, 200 machines, or there could be one client. And this MSP is owning the data center somewhere, and they have this application inside their data center, and you get access from anywhere in the world, and you just directly access their system. So you're not downloading any servers. You're not doing anything, right? You just get into their product, just like cloud, right? You get into an Azure and you just spin up a server, you got it. All you got to do is to connect agents directly to this access that you have. So you may be given what? You may be given an instance from them or some kind of access to a dashboard, and that's your company basically, right? So now you have your ownership of that company, but the servers are being used by someone else and they're taking care of it just like Azure. And then of course, you can do that. So I'm gonna show you an example here very quickly of how I can go to this. Of course, you guys can use a different type of products. It's all about that, but this becomes at another level now. Now, of course, I myself, my brother he has a LCMS system, learning management content system, learning content management system. So like what's that, DirecTV, and when they do their exams and everything, so they use their product. There's a nonprofit, so he has this like a CMS type of system, but it has a lot of learning management ability too. So he has that. But then because of that, he has a lot of clients too that approach him, hey, can you guys do IT stuff? So he's this company. That's why when I say I have a little bit knowledge about MSP side, so I work with them and I kind of deploy these solutions for them sometimes, right? So that kind of gives me a more broader skills when I touch these areas. So if you look at it, this is Itarian. It was basically a Komodo. It's a company that's pretty known for giving out HTTPS certificates. It's known for that. So you go and buy the HTTPS certificate from them. It's an authority, basically, CA authority and all that kind of stuff. So they have also products like security products and all kind of stuff. Again, I'm not paid by them, but if you look at it, what they have over here is a whole system in a cloud. Meaning I had just go to their link, I'll log in with my company name. And then you see how I say I have HQ and I have a lab right here. So look what's happening in my patch management system inside this product. If I click on lab, what does it tell me right here? Look at this. Because the client is running on my domain controller, it tells me what? I'm missing how many patches? I'm missing 6 patches inside the domain controller. So if I click on it, it tells me what? Look at this, operating system patches, and I can click all right here and click on install, and it's gonna go out there and install all the packages from the cloud. Now, if you're talking about business now, remember I talked about in the beginning that I'm not gonna just train people on just basic help desk skills. I wanna give them more, I wanna go give them more thinking. Tomorrow you can open your own business. You may have 5 clients. Now, how do you manage those 5 clients? Are you gonna tell them, hey, let's buy a server, let me put it in your system, and then I'm gonna remote into your system and then start patching? Yes, that's a way to do it one way. But wouldn't it be better that I remove the server in the middle and I just give them a client and I add my company name over here, and I can add multiple companies and then manage the clients right from one system? Isn't that, if you look at the business level, what would be a better thing? You deploying a server on each client and managing their servers, you rely on their server, right? Every time when you say that I want to build a product, and we have our own products, like the jobskillshare.org is an actual LMS system. If I have to rely on a server and then another IT people out there, right, to manage those servers, then I'm looking for more trouble as a business owner or as a product owner. Does that make sense, Steven and Kev? That I don't want to be putting out a server and put out my product out there and then let other people manage that server, because I know that they may not have a, let's say a professional, they may not do or may not properly patch those servers or may mess up that server. So what will happen? Or they may open a port, or they may put a security on it or something like that I don't know, right? So then I have to deal with more issues than which I don't know. So a lot of these people are going, why are they going to cloud? Why are most of these applications getting built on the cloud now? The reason for that is that developers want to take control of like where they can make, the product companies who are making the product, they want to take control of what they want to offer. It's easier. It's just less work, right? And it's more control, more testing. But it doesn't mean that it's gonna remove IT people from in the middle, because who's gonna do the patching now in the middle? I'm still gonna have to give access to the IT professionals. If this company was working for me, like I work with one of the company, it's a nonprofit, and they have 170 people. Their IT people have admin rights to this product. They come over here, they do their job and everything. But if they need our help, then we also help them. You see now they have two helps right there, right? If they are doing it, maybe at nighttime, we may do a contract with them. Let's say an IT person finishes job at 5 p.m. He's not worried about anything else. Now we take care of it. So you see how these type of companies work. So tomorrow, if you guys are into business, this is how business works. So I want to give you 2 sides. I don't want to just share my skills with you. You become just help desk, right? Tomorrow, when a help desk become a sysadmin, a system become an infrastructure level. And when you start making your own clients and we're trying to go into a business side, that's where you start thinking about these type of things. But again, if you take the business out of it, it's still a product that can be used by companies as well, because MSPs are using it all over. This is designed for MSP and for the local IT professional as well. So our local IT professional will come over here and say, okay, I'm missing this many patches. All I got to do is to click on it and install. If I'm missing a third-party patches, if it has a Zoom install, then what? I can do what? I'll find the Zoom install and do the same process what I did in Manage Engine, just like any other deployment. So what I wanted to show 2 different products is to show you how much it is similar. And when it comes to deployments, it comes to patching. Look, everything is the same, right? I click on the machines. It tells me, okay, I'm gonna go to the patch management applications, and it gives you what? It gives me a patch management system right there. So I click on patch management, and then I have the patch management right there, just like how I did it in that Manage Engine, and gives you all these patches. But here, look at this. If I want to talk about software installation, it may not be as robust as a built-in applications that you have like Manage Engine, but it does give you ability. What does it give me ability to? install custom MSI. So I can from the cloud right now, Steven, this is something a little cool right here, because I was never thinking about this kind of stuff. From the cloud, without you downloading an application, from the link, you can push it out to other machines. I never thought of that stuff. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Look on the top right here. It says what? You need to put what? A link. So you have to make sure that that link is downloadable. So if you go to Zoom now, let me show you guys a little more tips and tricks and whatever we're going to call it. If you want to deploy Zoom, what would you do? Inside, like if you want to deploy Zoom to, let's say, 500 machines, what would you do as a deployment specialist or whatever?
Download the exe file.
Download what? Exe file?
Yeah, or the MSI, however you want to do it.
Or the MSI. Like if I would have to deploy Zoom, I need to find out, does this application offer mass deployment?
Okay.
Most of the bigger applications or big companies, they have a specific section for mass deployments. Why? Because a lot of people are using it. Okay. So if you put like that, deployment MSI, Zoom like that, you see, look at it, they even name that.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So if you click on it, then it gives you like a whole, let me go back here. They give you a whole thing about how to deploy this whole thing. Do you want to accept the agreement? Do you want to show this pop-up? Do you want to show this, that, all that kind of stuff is there, right? So you got to use all these switches in here to make your deployment works. But in this case, if I want to deploy, I want to use, let's say, that Itarian product. Would I be using this link? Right? If you click on it, look, it downloads, right?
So it just downloaded the actual link, not the file.
No, it is downloaded. Look at it. MSI is right here.
Oh, so okay.
But here's the thing. If I put this link right there, if I copy this,
I think the link's gonna work.
It's gonna what?
It should work. It's asking for a link, so it should work.
Exactly. But there's a little tricks to it. Even with these downloading stuff, you should look at this. If I do install right now, look at this. The specified destination does not exist when I know that MSI is working, is downloading. So why is it not doing that?
Yeah, you're missing
go back to the example and see how exactly they want it.
The example is that's exactly the they want it. Let me change it now. Look, is it different? Look at this right here. What should be the last pieces right there? Dot MSI, right? And look at my link.
That's right.
Right?
Right.
I mean, if you are looking at this right now, you'll be like scratching your head, like, what the hell is going on? This is exactly what they want, right?
So you go back to Zoom and see if they have an instruction?
No, Zoom is not going to give you instruction. By the way, Zoom doesn't even give instruction how do you deploy an application from a link. Zoom is using normal, like this is our MSI. You decide how you want to deploy. That's for you, right? For programmers, right?
Am I crazy, or did I just say your domain? I just saw something.
Where?
Oh, and that's because you're seeing your domain is like zoom.com.
Yeah, let's go back to the example.
And let me show you what's happening now. Back in the days, if you see a link like this,
it doesn't know about the HTTPS.
Yeah, but it is a HTTPS.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I thought maybe they might, but that shouldn't.
So here's the thing. Back in the days, a lot of downloads work exactly like you click on the link and it downloads, right? But what are we using these days? We're using a lot of CDN systems, right? We're using something in the middle. What if this link was load balanced, right? It wouldn't catch that. So a lot of people use CDN types and other companies for downloading. And here's a trick right here. Watch this. I know this is a little crazy. If you click on it, now you tell me what is the link now?
Different link.
Ah.
Oh yeah, look at that. Cloud. Yeah. Okay.
So did you get that?
Front.
So now here's another piece for you guys. This is getting a little good stuff. Why would I go back to now managing? Even if I don't download managing, I'm going to show you guys a little good super trick that is going to save you huge amount of work. Manage Engine have something that I did not see with other products. And I really love that. Okay, now let's say Steven said that I need this link, right? Steven, right? You were saying I need this link, right?
Yes.
Now, for a new person, I can save this link like that, you know, or something like that. But that, like, let's say I'm not technical enough to do this, and I don't want to rely on every product like this. And of course, they're not going to have the same link right there, right? Where can I go and find some direct paths to these downloads? One is here, coming to the application itself. Yes, great. But when you're doing a mass deployment and you want to come across different type of applications, I don't want to rely on this stuff. I don't want to be doing this manually like this. I got to find me a nice spot where I can grab all these switches, links from one place. And I'll show you now. So now let's go back to you don't need to even be relying on a product. You don't need to download the Manage Engine product. So look what I'm going to do right now. Manage Engine Zoom. I want to see if that links. Look at this. Kevin, everybody, this is gonna. If you guys ever come to this kind of stuff, this is gonna make your life very
Download
easy.
path.
So first of all, I'm not downloading Manage Engine at all. You can make a favorite of this link right here, and trust me, it's gonna save you a bunch of time. Why? Because now I can come over here and I can click on latest software, Steven, and they have gazillion amount of softwares out there. And if you're looking for Zoom, so for example, if I was looking for a Windows applications, right? You're gonna click on Windows right here. So look at the link, how big this thing is gonna go down, right? Look at this. So now let's say I was relying on that Zoom link, right? I was doing my deployment. So one thing I made sure that this is my favorite link from now on. So now I'm not relying, first of all, I'm not looking for links. Second, I'm not looking for switches anymore. So what do? Control F. And what do I do? What do I look for? Zoom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oops. Man, I can't type Zoom in. There you go. So I put Zoom in there. Of course, you're going to look for, no, not this one. Zoom is going to be right here. So why am I looking for this here? Let's find a better way of Zoom application. There you go. And that's pretty latest. Kind of latest. It should be, there are more latest versions too. You can find that. But my point is that where you're going to get a download a brand new version. Look at this. If I click on this Zoom link right here, Steven, and if I click right here, look at this. I click and copy link location. And if I go back to my deployment, you see that?
It lets you when it's not even HTTPS anymore.
And what should you do now? You know, most of the companies are going to be using HTTP. You just change it to HTTPS. But would you verify that? Is it even working with HTTPS? Yes, you can verify it. You can go and find it. I'm sure a lot of people are not going to change their links. Why? Because they know some of the products are using it for deployments. And there you go. The Zoom
there it is. Download.
So now if I go to Itarian and I change it HTTPS and I just, no switches, nothing like that for now, you can just install right now. I'm just going to click on install. It runs that command from the cloud right now. This is in the cloud, by the way. It's not in my local area. It's going to go out to my domain controller and it's going to start installing Zoom on my domain controller. Now, if you had 5,000 machines like that, you could have done the same by procedures. And that gets to more advanced stuff now. You see, you can even run procedures on top of computers, meaning if you know VBS scripting, you know batch scripting, you know this scripting or that scripting, you can put a script inside the procedure and let it run on that machine from the cloud. That takes you to a next level, by the way. If you want to learn about procedures, then of course you want to come to configuration and templates, and here's the procedures right here. So if you ever wonder that I want to learn more about scripting and stuff like that, then come over here and look at this. Zoom from internal path, test customer, Windows, uninstall the this or that, blah, 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 run CC cleaner automatically. If you want to learn about something for future in scripting, and don't waste your time too much, come to this little real examples and grab those scripts and try to understand how scripting works. Because what are these things? This is normal generic things. Check disk errors. Like, wouldn't you do this locally? You know, on a machine if this disk has an error, right? So you can form a cloud. I can run this on side of local machines. So of course, that level of scripting, that level of understanding, when you get to that level, then the whole Windows world becomes pretty easy for you. At some level, you can do everything, right? So with this, I'm going to conclude this session. And of course, I would like you guys to just kind of at least try this on a managed engine level. You don't have to come to the cloud level at this point, but tomorrow, if you are interested, just go to Itarian and just make an account for them. I think they give you a free version too. So play around with it. Put some lab machines, run some procedures, run some installations on these machines, do these kind of things, because tomorrow, if you find an opportunity with a company that they're not utilizing stuff like that, you can become their hero. Why? Because you may implement something like this, and then everybody will remember that. And that comes to your performances, and they'll say, this person has done this. And tomorrow when you leave the company and when you tell that, what did you do for that company? Remember they asked this question, right? What things that you did for, what kind of project are you, people were really happy or something like that? They'll ask you this kind of question at the higher level, right? If somebody were to pay you $140,000, I'm sure they're going to need to know about a little bit more about than you know how to install a server. You got to tell them a little more than that, right? That, yeah, I implemented this solution, this saved this kind of money, $100,000, this, blah, 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 and you just make shit up. Don't make shit up when you do this in labs, man.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, Donish, like, why would I want to be anyone's hero? I don't want to be a sandwich. I'm just kidding.
But anyways, I hope you guys, with this, we conclude our patching. We conclude our software deployment skills, because I think after this is more knowing other products, right? Knowing SCCM. And yeah, okay, I already, for my premium member, I already discussed that. SCCM, you can go to a practice lab, find SCCM lab right here, shoot it out, play around with it. Okay, you don't like to do hands-on practice. I know some of you just don't like that hands-on, like, oh, I want to go, I don't have the time. Just come over here and type WSys right here like that, and you're gonna find our videos by our instructors who made this whole nice videos. If you like WDS stuff, you like all the Microsoft stuff, then just type WDS and look at this. All the WDS stuff just pops up right there. I mean, you cannot, first of all, you're gonna find everything for free. You can find from all videos, from YouTube channels, from CapTech channels. It's just that with our platform, if you're a member, there's no way you can be skillless. It's just too much is provided to you. At the end, I'm gonna say you gotta invest your time. If you don't do that, it won't work. Will it work, Kevin, without people investing time? Because most of this stuff I could have done in 30 minutes, all this stuff. What would be the point of me just kind of coming here and like, guys, today I'm going to show you Itarian install Itarian, and that's your patch management, and you just deploy the patch management. We're done. Doesn't make sense, right?
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with you. And also it's like, you know, it's like I tell people, you gotta work with us. Like, it's, you know, we do all this for everyone. And you got to actually take the time to actually study and, you know, learn and do what you have to do and try to get your first job in IT. Because we can make all these fancy videos, but at the end of the day, like, it's entirely up to you, not up to me. I don't tell you to submit a resume. I don't tell you to do this or that or study that. You know, at the end of the day, it's just up to you, not me. Like, I don't make your choices. You make your own choices. So you pick whether or not you want to learn this or not, and you pick whether you want to build your skills and go on a job interview. So we could show you all these things, but it becomes pointless if you don't take the time to actually learn on your own and actually take the time to put in the work, basically. So
yeah, it's like I said, I tell people, so many people call me again and again, the Danish, I'm going for this interview, can you help me with this specific skills that they're putting on their resume? And I'm like, did you went through one of our videos that talks about software deployment or this or this or that? Because those videos are 2 hours long, they feel like that's too much for them. Then I'm so sorry that I cannot help you after that. I mean, my thing is this, I'm not like I said, maybe other people have a different thing, but I'm not a YouTuber who looks for, like I said, let me tell you this, I'm not a YouTuber or a person who rely on other people, like I say, right? I do not rely on anybody, right? Because I have a system that I have built everything, all this stuff like that. So if you look at it, that's why, Stephen, I don't know if you know, We never send an email out for marketing. No marketing, nothing. So we tell people, if you want skills, you come and take it. If you need it, you get it. We have it for you. But we never market it that way. We never go the other way. So at this level, like, it will not impact me. My talking, my videos I'm doing, I have done my job. It's on the YouTube. It will not impact me at all. It will only impact me in a positive way because I run a platform. I'm sure some people will just come in. Of course, they're going to be like, okay, train me and stuff like that. That's my business, right? So it's going to help me anyways. It doesn't matter. But it's not going to help you at all if you just kind of like watch 10 minutes videos and you don't go and finish these videos if you're a brand new person. Because the reason we spent 3 hours today and yesterday was for you, where we know that you're so new that you rely on some of the tips that we talk about in these interviews. And the people that joined today, they're investing this time because of their passion and everything that they're teaching you, everything like that. If I was you or a person who's looking at me right now, trust me, I would grab their skills right now. There's no money for this kind of stuff. Like what Kevin's talking to me and Steven is talking, there's no money. You cannot put money on this stuff. So grabbing it and using it is the best way you can learn skills from it. Because the way you're going to probably become a better technical people than you. And like I would say, we're combining our skills and we're talking about these things, but maybe you're learning from 3 people. You may be a better technical person or better sysadmin or better engineer. Why? Because you learn from us and now you have your own experience. That's how it works in IT, right?
Yeah, you have to share the knowledge. That's for darn sure.
So Sajib, since you were in my last training, do you think this session was good for you? Because the reason I did this session is, remember, I said that I missed this in my last live session and I'm going to do this free session for everybody. So what do you think so far? Because you are the one who paid for the training. So Sajib is paying for everybody, guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome. No, he's helping me. I'm learning new things again. Yeah, I didn't know none of this stuff from the first session and this session. So yeah, definitely I'm learning.
Yeah, but the other thing is that you have the lab, you have the practicer, right?
Yeah. So I'm going to tackle that soon.
Yeah, because the thing is that from this lab, you may learn about these skills, but that's not my point. What you're going to learn more is you practicing the paths again and again. And that what makes you a better level 1 when you go to a different company, because you instantly know that there's an issue with this area, because they may not even let you do these things, right?
Yeah.
So my goal is to always show you a bigger level skills, but at the same time, I touch so many basic level stuff that I'm very focused on and I talk about it. It just makes you do these things hands-on practice. I don't know. I mean, I'm done right here, guys. What do you guys think?
Are you going to have another session soon?
All right, guys, take care. I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like maybe I'm gonna rely on Kev Tech now. I'm gonna join his sessions more.
There you go.
Session 3.
I mean, Kev Tech has sessions coming in. The thing is that his videos is like directly related to you guys. So I feel like after this, you can use, because you're a live, you got a premium member, you got this whole access right in front of you. You should utilize this access and then gain from Kev Tech. I mean, he's doing all that. I offered Kev Tech yesterday. I'm like, Kev Tech, create a masterpiece class and come in and give it to the members who's already willing to pay you. Hey, there you go. I mean, not everything can be done on a YouTube channel, right? There are more things that may require, that maybe labs required, right? For example, you teach somebody, you say, okay, you know what? I want these people, like, for example, I'll give you my business model right here. I'll show it to you guys. So if somebody comes over here, I teach all this stuff. I know for sure that nobody will be finishing my 15 hours worth of videos and talking and everything. I know that 100%. Very few people will do that. But then, of course, I give this ability to them that they can come and learn IT, practice IT, and then work IT over here too. So they're going to come to the learning IT area where a lot of time Kev is very much focused on soft skills, right, Kev? Then we have this PowerPoint bought for like it's a 50, 40 PowerPoints kind of things, and we are still adding it. They click on here, and then of course they get to this course right here. And look at these right here. These are all soft skills PowerPoints. So let's say, for example, somebody say ethics in work, and you're like, man, do I really need to teach you ethics in work? What the hell is that? Like, am I going to do IT stuff to you or ethics in work, right? You know your problem, right? Like, we do this. And you kind of come, you may send them to a video outside or something, but then you rely on other products out there, right? So then, of course, we have a whole built-in course. Steven, if you look at it, this is a full course, kind of like a PowerPoint course where they have to kind of go through the whole thing. And then there's tests inside too, like this tests your little ability. And then they're going to learn these things from a PowerPoint. Now, if that's not cutting it for them with skills, then we have this platform that we give 200 plus courses, and they have video courses. That's for 1 year access. We say, hey, why don't you take a customer service course over there? Okay, somebody says, I'm done with that kind of stuff. Okay, where do I learn now more like a step-by-step process? So if they say, okay, you're a brand new person and you're just starting right now, of course, some of my videos may make sense. Here you go to Learning Path. You got two options. You can enroll with the IT live instructor training where I'm spending all my energy with you for next 5 days. And I'm going to give you all these resources, or you start your program on your own. So if you do a self-paced program, it tells you it's going to take you 3 to 6 months. So we don't put sweet stuff for people. You're going to finish in 5 days and you become an IT professional. No, it doesn't work that way, right? So if you look at this CAP deck, here's that. Step 1, IT fundamental. Step 2, help desk skills. Step 3, ticketing system. And it goes all the way down to finish a whole learning path. And it takes them about 3 to 6 months to finish everything. And then in these courses, it gets practical. They need labs, right? So they go to the practice IT area, and here they're going to click on the labs dashboard. And then here we give them access to the practice lab for 1 year, which a lot of people are charging heavy amount just to give library access. We're not talking about videos here. We're not talking about our training. We're not talking about advices. So this is what makes our platform so useful for hands-on practice and hands-on skills, that people are involved with us, learning from our YouTube channel. At the same time, they have a system over here to keep track on everything, and they get certificate. So our certificate is being used by a lot of people. And now I think one of my videos I showed that the Canada International Airport send us a note in there, that we support women in IT. And one of our member actually landed a job in those areas. So that's why they kind of shout. One of the, I think it's Pennsylvania, or I'll find out the government website that uses our resources to people that you guys should take their free courses and pay too. So there's a lot of, we're more than just YouTuber here, but of course I don't talk about these things for a reason that I don't want to put an impression to people that I'm trying to like sell these things. But since I also am very much involved in this, I never kind of like go into a route where people are going to do spinning. Like I'll tell them, go do A+ certification. Then they're like, where do I do A+? What's the best areas? Go A+, do A+. Okay, I don't like that kind of videos. Then of course come back to me because I have a better solution. What's the other better solution out there? You do it in yourself, do the labs. That's another solution. I tell them that too. But there's a lot of people that get stuck with that too. I don't know. I don't have the resources. I don't have that RAM power. I don't know how to create VirtualBox. I got stuck with the LAN. I got stuck with the bridges and stuff like that. Who's going to answer all these questions? I know, Kevin, you see these pains too, right? People ask you these questions in the email. How do I set up this lab? You send them a video, another video. So it's not to promote anything or anything, but it's just like I am opening an offer to everybody who's a professional in IT, and whatever they're doing, I tell them in my live training. And then Saqib can be my, I'm live right now. I told Sajib and even the female members that I was like, hey, you guys are having an opportunity. You can use my platform, come and do your own training, open your own channel. I'm not even asking you to put videos on my channel. Open your own videos, open your own channels. But if you can utilize my platform, go ahead, use it. If you don't want to use my platform, you got this idea right now, right? You guys can use the same thing, do the same process. It just takes time for people to build something like this. It took me 5 years, right? I'm not coding this stuff. I have two developers that they have to code all these things. And all this coding is done based on learning. Like they have to learn something, they have to practice something, they have to work IT, like where I help them out with jobs sometimes. And that's it. That's the solution that I'm providing, which a lot of people don't know, by the way. They just think that this is another platform like Udemy, like it's just videos, right? Or they may think that this is kind of like a Pluralsight. And Pluralsight is amazing, by the way, but I have Pluralsight members coming to me right now. Why are they coming? Because Pluralsight is a lot of videos, but less guidance. Show me if Pluralsight trainer will sit with you for 15 hours. Even they don't even have that feature because they cannot afford that. Why they can afford? They have millions of IT people, right? They cannot offer that type of feature. So we got a model that works for all members. I don't know. I mean, my members are live right now. Some people can talk about it. I've done a lot of videos in there, but that's just to also, like KevTech has his own channel, and I like to promote him heavily and not rely people on our videos 100%, because I want to tell people that I'm not here for grabbing people or grabbing business or anything. I'm here to promote anybody in any type of model as long as they're real. But if they have affiliations with other people that they tell them that CompTIA A Plus is a better option than, let's say, XYZ, and that's the only option. And by the way, guys, this link is promoted by CompTIA. If you do that, then of course I'm going to be like a little bit, hey, well, this is going to be my, like, I'm like, okay, that's just not real answer. If you just say that, okay, I'm being sponsored by CompTIA, but then I will say that, okay, I'm being sponsored, but that's not the only courses out there. CompTIA is not the only way to get into IT. And I'm sure you agree with me, Kev, on that CompTIA is not the only way to get into IT. But also at the same time, I do not say this CompTIA is a better way. If you put it on your resume, CompTIA does offer benefits. So that's a proper answer. Yes, CompTIA will help you with a job, with you getting your resume out there and everything. But CompTIA is not the only way that you're going to become an IT professional, skillful, or anything like that. That's just a wrong concept. And when people don't do that, when people don't go to that next level, that's where my thing, I'm like, you know, it's just about making money right here. That's what it is. So what do you think, Kev?
No, it was good. It's a good video.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's a good video. I'm gonna be live on Saturday, so.
Yeah, I think after this, because Ramadan is starting, guys, so this is the last comment. Ramadan is starting. I'm not going to be doing all this talking again. That's why I went with this Sajid, because I missed it in your training. So I want you to cover this so it becomes an overall training for everybody. We have better things to add in our live training because of our labs, so we're going to do that. But Ramadan is starting, so I'm going to be mostly with Kev in his session. I'm probably sitting in my chair like this and hiding, like, you know, I'm not going to be even talking, you know.
Like Danish said that we do these live videos and stuff like that, but like, you know, if it was up to him, you know, he could start charging everyone just for this, but we don't do that, you know. It's to help people. So that's the reason why we do it. It's to help people.
Like I said, to even when Sajid was paying for, and that's not a cheap amount, by the way. The whole process takes 3 months, and I work with them for almost 3 months to give all these resources, and it's still not cheap. It's like $1,000, $1,000 what? $499, right, Sajid?
Yeah.
So it's still a lot of money if you look at it. But if you look at the whole picture, that how many labs we're giving, how many servers we're giving, how many videos we're giving at the one package, then it becomes, to people who are in IT, it becomes a pretty cheap price to them, because one course of I do comparison with two. One course of IT, like CompTIA instructor-led training, is above $3,000 right now. Go to their site right now. That's about that much. And they will not give you none of these resources, by the way. It's going to be a few resources. So the thing about this is that I tell Sajid and anyone that pays in my platform, before they go for payment, what did I tell you, Sajid? That I have free course that is more than 100 hours. That the CapTech, the one that you shared with people, that's more than 100 hours. So my live training is 15 hours versus a course that is 100 hours. Now, I have already shared my skills online. The reason they pay for it is for specific reason, because I sit with them and I guide them and I invest my time with them for 3 months, specifically in the beginning, 5 days, 15 hours. But then after that, I work with them. I work with, everybody's going with different interviews. They're coming back to me with different questions, right? So that whole process is where people invest money. But if they are thinking that, no, this is something I can get away, I don't need this kind of stuff, then I have already shared my skills already on YouTube. My YouTube has 1,000 plus videos. So but people thinking about money here, I'm not doing this for money. I already shared my skills and I'm still sharing it for 3 hours, 2 hours right here. So I'm continually doing that. It's just that it's hard, and specifically in the US, because a lot of things goes by labor, and everything has a charge over here. It's hard for people to accept this reality. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's a lot of people just think that it's got to be something. It's got to be some kind of hidden thing. There's no hidden thing.
I think it's a catch.
It's a catch. Yeah, the thing is a catch. So if you want to learn the skills, go back to our YouTube channels, and you will learn every single thing that you want to learn. But if you want to use my resources, like my car, like let's say my car is I'm giving my car, well, you got to pay for that, right? I'm too straightforward when it comes to money, because that's why I have these terms, Kev, that we don't do customers always right policy in our platform. There's no customers right policies in our platform, by the way. That's why we're so unorthodox in our area that we don't do that kind of stuff. We're like, if you're gonna pay for it, if you pay for something, then I'm gonna give you the triple amount of that, what I'm gonna offer you. But at the same time, I'm not gonna be doing something that what other people are doing, like corporations are doing. So why would Practice Lab, $1 million company, why would Teststart.com, a very big company who's why would they come and partner with me, by the way? I mean, there got to be something, right? Because when I talk to their CEO, specifically a Practice Lab CEO, the CEO is a cool guy, because I told him, look, I'm not here to do business over here. Because if I want to do business, same product, both together, I can sell it for a huge amount of money. That's what people are doing. But at the same time, I told the person that I want to do this for a community, because that's my channel right there. Look at this, what I'm going to share. That's what I'm going to share. And I'm going to make videos on top of on your labs and everything like that, on your stuff like that. And they're like, hey, that's what we are looking for too. No problem. You're doing that. Hey, there you go. Partnership done. So I'm not in affiliation, by the way, with anybody. If my partner decided tomorrow that they're changing their route, that you cannot talk like this, or you cannot talk about CompTIA, everything, they're gone out of my platform. I have no worry about that. I don't care about that, because this money, like I said, is enough for us to pay our developers and everything, but our money is coming from other products and everything. You think about it, they're going to be having to deal with an aggressive platform owner that can be, I'm going to thank you, Practice Lab, or thank you, Teststart.com. It was nice seeing you guys. So I'm not scared about these things, because a lot of people are scared of losing money, right? Because when they talk about these things, they're relying on that. I'm not affiliate. I'm a partner. So anyways, I talked a lot of real stuff today, man. I didn't know I was going to talk that one, but I just want to be real to a lot of people. Like, I know, KevTech, you've been in my videos for a long time now. So, and I've been in your videos. I just want to feel like a lot of people shouldn't get this idea from us, because a lot of time KevTech tells them to go to jobskillshare.org and take their free course. And as soon as they come to our courses, they see these membership prices too. They may think also KevTech might be doing some kind of, affiliation with JobSkill. He's not affiliate at all. I'm not paying nothing to KevTech, right, Kev? Did I pay you anything, or did we ever come to a contract or anything that, we're going to talk about this?
No. I send people there because you have stuff that is helpful. That's why.
That's it. And I do the same process because I feel like your content is extremely helpful. That's it. But so that's kind of like I wanted to talk about, because I know at some point people are going to start hitting you because I got a platform, there's a money involved, and they'll start making, because you say that on your videos that I want to do everything for free. So you may come across something like that, a comment, or maybe somebody gets a little bit upset out of you. So I want to clear that. You can clearly tell. You can also put that in the video that, yeah, he has a paid content, but this is the free content that is helpful. So then you don't get into like kind of like a, you are your own subscribers, and you may get into that kind of gray area with them,
Yeah, I just take out my sword. It's okay.
Or his gun. All right, the guy's back there in that corner all the time.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just kidding.
Customers get rowdy.
All right, guys. I think we got talked a lot. My throat is definitely hurting right now. So thank you so much, Steven. Always happy to see you, man. I always come over here because I think you got a lot of knowledge too, and it's really helpful.
Yeah, I kind of like learning this. I like learning some more from you guys. Is really helpful. I mean, I have a lot to bring to the table. So, and right now it's a cool thing. So yeah.
When are you gonna open your channel?
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know. I may like do a test video, and I don't know. I have to get some cool looking background, like KevTech there. Get the guns going, get that things going on. headset, the computer in the background. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Look, I mean, I already told my members that I'm quitting, I'm retiring, and I'm gonna have to learn from CavTech now. So I'm going to his channel. So
Yeah.
I'm already moving there.
Oh my God.
So Sajib and everybody, we're done. Jobs Share. Somebody go to Jobs Share. It goes to to redirect to his channel.
You know, if I could say one thing, Kev, just in your videos, with your talking, you may talk a little bit too fast when you go over your things. If you could slow it down just like a little bit, I think people might get a little bit more out of your video.
It's the coffee. It's the coffee.
Yeah, it could be the coffee. But maybe
Coffee.
I don't know
that's
why,
just
but
like
I would.
constructive criticism that I've seen so far, that you may be talking a little bit too fast. It's like, whoa, what did he just say? You know, so I don't know if you just want to, you know, just make a mental note of that. But other than that, your videos are great. Just that's one thing I've kind of noticed.
Was that, sorry, Sajib?
What was that?
It's because I'm from New York. He said.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, definitely. But that's the only thing I can see. That other than that,
I need some criticism too, Stephen.
Yours is you're a seasoned professional.
No, I'm not. I was gonna actually tell CavTech that when you were showing like let's say Active Directory or changes, right? So Stephen, this is all constructed because it's for you, right?
Right.
We want to make sure. So that thing that you're saying is very quick when you show that thing. So
yes,
at one point you were showing something about permissions, and even though I didn't know that, to be honest, I was like, oh, hold on, that's a good command right there, and I forgot that one. So even though it was so fast that I forgot about it, right?
Yeah, like I said, you may go a little bit fast. Like I said, slow it down a little bit. I think people would get a lot more out of your videos. I think maybe that
my thinking is this, that Stephen, I've been doing this for almost 5 years as training, and you can see a product in front of you, right? It's being designed from scratch. So here's my suggestion to Kev. His videos are gold. It's amazing. I mean, I'll tell you what, his videos, I feel like CavTech and I are doing the same thing, right? Like, when we talk about it, we have the same mentality. But I feel like his videos are more current. When you go back to my channel, of course, I have more videos, right? If you look at that, that's 1,000+ videos. So his videos are extremely important right now for a lot of people, these who are coming into IT right now. And I think his videos can be utilized in many, many areas. It's just amazing quality out there. That's what I say. So what Stephen is saying, if you can make it, if you're showing something, you slow it down, that means your videos are going to be at a different level. It's already at a different level.
Yes,
it's just going to become more good for a lot of new people. Like, you know,
because even when I'm watching them, I'm like, oh, wait, hold on. What? You went a little too quick. Like, what? And then you just move on to the next subject. It's like, just slow down a little bit and kind of like let it digest, like, and then move on. Okay, you got kind of like, all right, now next thing. And next. I mean, but that's just something I guess you have to learn over time.
At one point, what I wanted to do is like, I actually told you, CavTech, right? I'm going to put your video in the courses, and I already did that in one of my links, because it helps our members comes directly from Google and comes straight to your area. So it helps you, you know, and because the thing is this, that you're also doing this for passion, right? You got to learn it, passion. You want more people to come and join in. So what I was actually telling him, that one of the courses are called Help Desk. I'm going to show you guys. Help Desk entry level to Help Desk technician course. So Stephen, this course right now, if I click on membership, and usually he shared this stuff, right, Kev?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I started giving him a link because the link has this more up-to-date information. But if you look at this course right here, Stephen, this Help Desk course was like my main course, just like what he's doing on his channel. So you can look at this, how many students are in this course, about 16,000 students in this course.
Wow.
And if you look at the content of this starts with all that kind of ticketing, essentials, advanced troubleshooting, virtualization. And I feel like everything that I have covered over here, CavTech have covered it in his videos. So some of his videos, what I will do is I'll probably put like a second link and say, hey, there you go. There's an updated video available from CavTech channel. Because a lot of people are in this course, right, Kev?
Oh, yeah. There's always people looking for jobs in IT and entry-level jobs. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, your videos are worth a platform. Like I said, I worked in a lot of LMS systems, right? And that's why I have my own LMS system. So if you're taking it from that kind of experience, your videos are a LMS material, learning management system material. This is what we call it. So if you put a video in a system like this, it has to be in a flow. So if you're really watching this video, it has to be a flow. And a lot of people come and watch YouTube videos, and that's how I started. But they give up on those videos at some level. It's out of 10 people, only few people are going to be very dedicated. They're going to stick to those videos. You get what I'm saying, right? Mm-hmm. Those are extremely enthusiast about, I want to get that job. But there are going to be a lot of people that you're going to lose where they have interest in IT, but by looking at these videos, they may not be able to cash more on it, or they need a system, kind of like, to push them a little bit more. So maybe with me doing that, it's going to really help your video even more, right? Because now they're in kind of like a flow that, okay, and they're watching one person like KevTech here. So maybe I'll invest some time over here, and it's really going to help you too, because again, I mean, I'm not getting anything out of it. This is going to be free course. It's people coming from Google, coming to our platform, coming to your channel. So it's not like I'm gaining anything.
Yeah, sometimes I make videos and I go too fast, but then when I go too slow, people complain about it too. So it's just like,
like you should never go too slow. I mean, look,
yeah,
do your stuff naturally, but my suggestion would be is to, when you show a demo or a command, then maybe that's where you can slow down, because that's just slow typing. Like, we're not gonna be like IP. I'm sure you're not gonna do that. You should do IP config and just let your screen stay for a few seconds.
Yeah,
right.
I agree with that.
What I have seen is that you do IP config and then you close the thing. That's what happened to me. I was like, where he's gone. I want you to learn that command.
Yeah, it's because it's a New York thing, New York thing. I was messing with you.
And it depends, because when I teach this stuff, like when Steven is saying like, hey, okay, Steven, the reason I developed that level of slowness or patience is because, think about it, I'm training on a very step-by-step process.
Right.
So I got to go through certain things, come back and talk about it. And then sometimes my video gets too long and, with the talking too. But some of that kind of criticism, I will take it. Like, the reason for that is that I know my people, right? The people who follow me, right? I'll take that criticism.
You look at Eli, the computer guy.
Oh, Eli.
Lowell Vanderpool. His channel is awesome. Yeah. If you guys, anybody out there, his channel is really good. He has a lot of videos when he taught in the Florida school district, and his is awesome. I've been watching him for years. He breaks it down, simplest terms, you understand it. You're like, oh damn. And now he's actually retired, which really sucks, but he's still actually creating videos, but now they're more upscale videos. So he's taken his past experiences and putting some new twists and turns on him. But he is awesome. I mean, Eli, the computer guy, is one of the fantastic ones of all time. I mean, but now he's like, screw all the Active Directory shit. He's away from that. Now he's just doing his own thing because he doesn't care anymore. But he pretty much proved that throughout. Now he's doing all these weird things with the coding, because that's where I guess IT is going. Now he's into all his programming and all that stuff. But
there's this playlist, 2020. He's not dead. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, he's still doing it, but as you can see, though, when was the last time he actually did something with a server? I think it was 2012 server thing. But after that, he's just like, he's done. He's like, because he just, he's like, I'm done with all the free stuff. I'm going to do what I want to do, because he kind of hit the big time. He's got all these, viewers, but back in his younger, if you look at those lines like web design, business topics, he breaks it down, and I learned a lot. I mean, I learned a lot from that when I was, just watching him throughout the years.
I mean, I would say the same thing. He's
awesome. I mean, he's the man when it comes to. He is the
him, Professor Messer. These are kind of the people that I
I love Professor Messer.
He's really cool. Yeah, he's really.
And this guy right here, I think if you guys want to become a sysadmin, then you guys cannot skip this channel.
That guy. Yeah, he's really good too.
He's really good with his because he's a visual stuff, and I'm a visual person, right? So I learned a lot.
Where's Steven's channel?
Oh, come on, it's not out there. You search for Steve. It's not out there. All right.
Anyway, if anybody's alive right now, they're still watching us. I don't know how you can do that, but go to this channel and click on this channel right here.
Like he looks 10 years younger there.
And click on this channel, and that's it. After this, you just go there.
So maybe I think Kevin should start wearing orange. There you go. And maybe that might attract some people more. Hey, is that Eli? No. Oh, damn, that's right. Yeah. I mean,
hey, Kevin, what time are you gonna be live on Saturday?
2 p.m. Eastern time.
That'll be 1 Central. Okay.
Yep.
Jerry, how can you be alive right now, man? I thought everybody was done.
Trust me, I'm falling asleep, but I'm here. It's past my bedtime.
Was it helpful?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, this is a great video.
One thing I found that I didn't know about is that you can actually. I spun up my 2019 server, and I also had the data center too going on, and I made just a regular typical domain user. I cannot log into that server as being a domain user. I need to be a domain admin even to log into I never knew that until today. I'm like, why is because I actually named the actual user that just made a dummy user account. Went in there and I tried to log in under a regular domain user account, and I couldn't log into the server. And then I went in there, I made him a member of the domain admins, and I was able to log in with that user account. But I never knew you couldn't log in with a regular user on a server. You got to be a domain admin or above to log into the server. That's something new I actually learned. I never did that.
But was it on a normal server or a domain controller?
It was on a domain controller, but I also used the I spun up another 2019 data center, and I don't have that one as a domain controller. I just have that one as a member server, and I couldn't log into it either that way because it would not log you in. And after I logged back, because I logged in after I made him a domain admin, I went in there, it cached it, and then it was fine. But for some reason, it would not log me in as a regular domain user. It came in and said, sorry, the credentials were invalid, blah, blah, blah. Some kind of weird, the strange error message just comes up. But you're also logging in as domain.
Yeah, I just logged in as a normal user.
He's logging in right now.
But see, that's administrator, okay? You don't administrator.
Yeah, that's a normal user, Monica.
Logging as Monica.
I mean, I can understand for a domain controller that level of security, but I just I never thought of that either. Monica.
Is that a domain controller? Yeah, yes, that's a domain controller.
Yeah, this one.
There we go.
So it's just a domain controller, not a normal server.
Correct. But you have to be a domain admin to log into it, to physically log into that, or just log in as a local administrator.
I mean, the reason for that probably would be is when you create a domain controller, how you are implementing all that group policy settings and everything.
Right.
Right after that, and it's implemented right on that domain first. And domain, right. And if you go back to the Active Directory, the group policy, there is a group policy specifically for domain controllers.
Would that be the default?
No, not default. If you go to a domain controllers, let me show it to you. Right.
But it's like a little further down, right?
It's further down, yeah. So I mean, I never thought about this stuff too. Oh, I'm putting a password.
So you guys know that? I mean, did you know that you couldn't log in under sort of regular domain?
No, I didn't know either. I never tried it. I mean, who's going to try that on domain controller?
Exactly.
Yeah,
or a server in general.
Yeah, with this normal server, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I logged in so many times and I just logged in, so that worked. I mean, I never thought of that either. Like, okay, why is a normal user logging into a server? Would be maybe.
Oh yeah, you are in. You are in? Because I actually have the data.
Yeah, right here. This server is a part of the.
This is a Monica.
Yeah, Monica, right here.
Oh, she's actually in.
Yep.
Also, too, when you're in there, you cannot power it down.
As Monica.
As Monica.
Oh, yeah,
Did you know that?
No,
you cannot. The only way you can do it, you got to go through CM or bring up PowerShell and do shutdown -S.
I want to see if this. Actually, I want to see if this can do another command right here. Hold on. I want to see that.
Can you do shutdown -I?
No.
-S, I think. Shutdown.
I'm doing something else here. Oh, okay. It does prompt you for things. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I wanted to see if I can go to because sconfig is kind of like you're joining a computer to domain. You can do a lot of other things with it.
Right.
You can change some certain stuff and most of the time sconfig it won't work with certain like stuff like that on servers. But yeah, this is right. This is correct. But that's crazy. Yeah, I never thought of that either. Like I'll be like, hold on.
You learned something new tonight. See, I taught you something new. After all those years, you can always learn something new in IT, guys.
There is nothing, like I said, as people that when we teach this stuff, if somebody come and ask me a question right from like, okay, do you know this stuff? I say to know people like that's something. If somebody is an instructor level where they're doing a lot of, Windows kind of trainings, and they're doing a lot of CMD stuff, a lot of PowerShell stuff, they may have a lot of knowledge. Those are instructors, right? Those are normal trainers. They may still struggle with this kind of stuff, but some people are good at this stuff, right? Some people are good at solutions. Some people are good at scripting. Some people are good at, so IT, like a lot of people that are new that are watching me right now, if I have 13 years of experience, that does not mean that I know all of these things. I won't. And I will not try to learn it that way. Why? Because it's not useful for me for my job right now. Just like what Kev was saying in the morning. Right, Kev? Like, I'm not going to learn something that is not in my job right now.
I mean, well, I just learned this about 10 hours ago. I mean,
that's not
it down. I'm like,
I'm not saying not to like learn it in that. I'm saying like, there are going to be tons of different things that I will ask Kevin. He probably won't know. He's going to ask me. I won't know. And I'll ask you. You won't know. Right. So like I'm saying to people that shouldn't discourage people. Like I know it doesn't discourage us because we know we've been through this stuff, but it shouldn't discourage the new people. Oh my God, there's a lot that we don't know yet. So that means I'm screwed on my job. No, it doesn't work that way.
No.
When you work in your company, you're going to be specifically working on the tasks that we assign to you. And if you want to learn more, yes, you can make it better for yourself, like learn more about ports, learn more about commands, make your job easy. If you're doing something more tedious way or 5 or 3 different steps, and maybe you look for a script that can make it easy for you, that's how you're going to build on it. But if you try to like learn a command today that you think is cool, I can guarantee you my mind doesn't work that way. I will forget it about like after 7 days. I'm not going to even remember that. That's because I don't use it, right? So yeah, there's a lot of things, and that's where like when we do these practices, we let them log into a local user, try to install the RSAT tool as a local user. So by default, I want them to see the errors. I want them to see the permission issues, and then I'll say, okay, how do you find if you're on a domain or not? Right? We did that who am I command, right, all that kind of stuff. And there's with certain things that is going to help them, but of course, the world of ID is way bigger than. But that is something cool. I wasn't thinking about that either. I'm like,
now you can mess around with it a lot and see if you.
No, I'm gonna make I'm gonna make my members log into one of my sessions. Like, guys, try to shut it down now.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm gonna put credit to Steven.
Thank you very much.
Guys, it's 12:30 right now. I think
it's like Windows 7. I'm trying to remember what I'm trying to remember. I don't remember. There's a task you could kill on Windows 7 and it causes a blue screen of death. I'm trying to remember what command it is. I don't know which one it is.
Actually, I need to know if
task in blue screen of death.
If you find some of these tasks like that does like errors or something like that, I need to know it because what I'm doing. I don't know if you guys can watch my screen. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
So let me see. So Stephen, we are creating this new project. So it's gonna be like this. Like it's gonna say a ticketing system, right? So we're building specific errors, and they're gonna have access to real machines. So it's gonna be a ticket, and it's gonna have blue screen of dead. How do you fix it? Right? And then they're gonna get into the machine. They have to fix it. So if you guys know any commands like that, please let me know. I've been trying to like look for different solutions and stuff like that. Can just crash a machine, let them fix it.
This crash machine.
Yeah, like that's exactly what people are gonna be. When people learn this stuff.
It's kind of hard to crash your own like machines to make probably examples like this.
Well, one of the things that I like to do is I basically mess around with a sys32 file folder, you know, and I kind of
just go in there and start deleting stuff.
so a bunch of things, and then they have all these errors, and they have to fix it then. So, anyways, I think it's 12:30 right now, and I think
Tech is trying to look for that blue screen of death so he can.
Oh, you're doing that right now?
Make it as one of his videos tomorrow. Look at him. He's hunting for it. Look at him. Look at that. He's got some bright in his face. He's trying to keep him awake right now. Don't you have to go to work? Oh, that's right. You just have to get out. You just have to get out of bed and roll in that seat tomorrow morning. That's all you gotta do.
I found an article here.
Yeah, I told you. Say.
For Windows 10 actually. There we go. I'll try it tomorrow though. I'm saving this.
Oh, you're gonna try that? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Bookmarking that tab. All right, figure it out. All right, cool. I'm not gonna do it right now. I'll do it later.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna come to your live sessions, and I'm gonna play around with your machines. I'm like, KevTech, can you break it down to this machine and that machine?
No, I'm just gonna open up Windows XP.
I'm doing that video for sure. I'm gonna create an XP, and I'm gonna create some games on it. Let's see if it works.
You saw my Windows XP background. You saw my background on Windows XP.
Saw it. I think after this, I'm done. I'm done with live sessions. I'm done, man. Actually, I do have I told you right on Saturday that I won't be able to come at least at 3 because I have a live session with.
Yeah. I'll be live. I'm live. I'm usually live for like 2-3 hours, sometimes more. It depends on the people.
Okay.
So.
All right. I'll definitely join you on Saturday. And well, again, thank you so much, guys, for
No dislike, please. No dislike.
Man, I don't care about likes or dislike. I have no. People can dislike the hell out of my videos. When I make a videos, I know the worth of that videos, and I can use it for the people who really need it. You know, I really don't care about if people are like, oh no, you didn't. This was all talk video.
Yeah, that Cisco AnyConnect issue was freaking weird, man. That I had today. I don't even know what to say. Which is.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Cisco. With updates, sometimes it does do all these crazy things, you know.
and I had to figure it out on my own because I asked the sysadmin, I asked the network team, and I asked the cybersecurity team. No one knew how to fix it, so I had to figure it out on my own, which is kind of annoying. And then I checked on Event Viewer, and there's nothing in Event Viewer. Like, really?
Yeah, and like I said, if people are not working on these kind of things, most of them are not gonna. No, like for example, me, if I'm not working on a product like at that level, like client level, then of course I'm not gonna know about it, right?
Yeah, they're like, oh, have the user restart his computer, have the user do updates. I'm like, that's not gonna fix it. He's still having that issue. So.
And I'll be honest, like because I deal with some of these issues with most of the help desk, I work with them too, and some of the job nature that I have, like with my brother and stuff. So I kind of work a lot in this area, but. I'm still like, you know, there are certain areas that I'm very, I almost forgot because I got involved to so much about the deployments, patches, servers, and it's kind of like that kind of stuff with more of like even with the website kind of stuff. I got involved with it, just like with what Steven is saying. Ellie, the computer guy, doesn't have more interest. I do have interest, but it's just that I don't have time, you know. I used to spend 5 hours, 6 hours just to do troubleshooting, by the way. Just to do troubleshooting, finding out my own ways, but it's always about where you are, what scenario you are in, right? Like what kind of things are going on in your life. So
yeah, you have to remember, Eli the computer guy, this is what he does now for a living. Yeah. That is his living. It's just YouTube stuff and everything else. He's making pretty good pretty good money, I think, with his sponsorships that he can do this now full time. So he doesn't even do his computer, obviously, his computer business has been dead for years. But I mean, this is what he does. Every day he goes downstairs and he makes videos. That's what he does every single day. Like
somebody just came in the chat. His name is also pretty nice. It says, Jesus Miguel, look at it. Oh, guys, you guys are still live.
Oh my god.
One day I got a comment. I gotta go after this, but when I got a comment, like, so one of my videos, somebody really disliked it. Kevin, listen to this. He's like, "You're wasting YouTube space."
YouTube space.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay, so look, so Jesus, we got a free space, man. All right, guys, thank you so much for being with me. I will definitely join you all. Jerry, everybody in the chat, Sajib, I know you've been in for a long time. So I do appreciate all of you.
Everyone got to sleep, man. It's getting late.
Yeah, tell me about it.
So I'll see you guys.
3-year-old tomorrow morning.
I'll see you live in a CavTech videos tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. Take care, guys. Good night.
Thank you, Danish.
Steve.
Have a good night.
See you guys later.
Good night.